Hey folks, we are back. Day 12 of the new account. Day 12. Everything about the progress on this account has been wild and unpredictable based off everything I've known for 8 years. Everything is just so different. It's amazing how like one little change, well, like one change that is nice, and then you're like, okay, that's great, but then another one piggybacks on it, and you're like, oh, and it just like explodes the amount of change. So we've been the chat like said, hey, you should just chase Blue Sheep for C2 because you got a lot of power, and so we came here just to do that, and we've unlocked the third adventure node. Blue Sheep's in the fourth, if my guide is correct. Blue Sheep's in the fourth adventure node, and we were on our way to attempt to do Blue Sheep. That was what today was supposed to be. And then this morning, we wake up to find that CNE, Codename Entertainment, has decided to do a giveaway on Epic of champions. We got 3 new champions overnight. oh God. We're now at 38 champions unlocked. And so now we have to leave. We can't chase Blue Sheep at the moment. We have to leave because now we're 2 champions away from Strahd. And we haven't prepped Strahd, so we got to go back to Sword Coast and prep Strahd. So that's what we're doing. That's what we're starting with today. We're coming back over here for an Area 150 adventure because that's we got to get the patron. We got to get the patron ready. I still think patrons are priorities. Okay, we need to speed. That's not it. That's it. Okay. So we'll see. We will see what happens. Everything is ridiculous right now. So who knows? Who knows how any of this is going to work at this point? I sure don't. I definitely do not. All right. We do not have a ton of favor here, which is problematic. Problematic in the sense of getting champions leveled up where we want them to be, but no other reason. All right, what do we get? We got more stuff. 4 adventures in the wild beyond the limit, like 36 champions. Hey, electrums. We need electrums. That's good. That's good. I'll take electrums. I think we want this. Do we want that? I also think we want to hop over here and see what the heck Bruno was doing. He should have been. Dang it! I just should have had him doing Strahd stuff instead. I had him doing Tomb stuff. So that's, that was a mistake. I have not updated the counter now. But now, do we have him do Belushi stuff? I don't think he can do Belushi stuff. So I guess he stays over here. Oh, he can't do dinosaur racing. He could probably do the haunted jungle. He could probably do the haunted jungle. What do you mean? What? Oh, there's more stuff. Oh, great, thanks. Oh, this one's a problem. He probably can't do that. But yeah, so this is gonna be everything is weird. The code is now in the bot correctly, yes. Strife Hamill, hello, Delcoon, Dance Lover, J-Dog. Hello, hello, hello. We need to grab our codes. All the codes. We need gear. Okay, so the progress tracker now has to increment up by 18. God dang it. God dang it. So much. So much. All right. Yeah, there we go. We need that because everything else is, you know, there we go. Electrums. Let's see. What do we get? So white, King of Shadows, one of the giveaway champions. Wow. Large potion of speed. I'll take that. There's a green. Okay, so we're down to 57. Yeah, Valentine. I'm a little upset that they put her in a giveaway thing. Dark Urge. That's the other one. So we got the Dark Urge, King of Shadows, and Valentine. Absolutely wild. 6. This is not helping. Why is it focusing on the new champions? We've got other champions that need gear, but like all we're seeing is the new champions getting gear. That was disappointing. Okay. I need the old champions to get gear. How much favor do we have here? E15. I mean, we should be able to do Strahd with E15. Who am I missing? Probably Melf would be what we would put here, but we'll put Briv. Because he can actually level up and go in. And we'll get everybody's feet stitchimacated. Because we haven't been here since in a while, so nobody has their feet locked and loaded. Well, some people apparently did. Okay. Good for all of you. Now Hitch and Strongheart don't. Hitch. Not that they're in the party, but... Alright. Does Epic get another giveaway? Stop being cheap, Steam? I mean, really, you know... Steam does a lot of giveaway, like a lot of stuff, but you know, it has to, they've got their like set schedule of promotional stuff with themes, and if Idle Champions doesn't fall into that theme, they're not going to let them do giveaways. Whereas, you know, it's like holiday deal week or something. I don't know. It's some Steam Epic's got something going on. And this is how we ended up with Carlock and Gale and oh my god, whoever else I have. What? Why am I blanking? Who was the other? Carlock, Gale, and who? Paulson. So it was one of these 3-packs like that they did. It's actually given away through the Epic Games store. Like you claim it like you get free games. And so that's why it's going to forever we will start the game with 6 champions. Because you can't ever remove those. So if we, the next time we do a new player account, I'm going to start with 6 champions. So I don't know. Makes it It makes it so like, well, are we going to ever do a new account? Because it's not going to feel like a new account. I don't know. Because even when you come in on a giveaway, it's 5 champions and we'll be 1 ahead. So who knows? How many gems do we have? Over 2,000. Yeah, we could spend those. Wait, hold on. Strahd wants 20 silver chests, which we have, and the 10 medium bounty contracts. I'm so glad that I did that. Okay. But I was like, I'm saving those up. All right. The chests. Gold chests. Wait, where'd they put them? They put them here this time. All right. Potions. Good. I like those. Yeah, I can break that one down. And then we got an epic for Brunor and a huge speed potion. Awesome. Okay. Why does it do that? God dang it. On the CNE standalone, my CNE standalone account is my test account that has no gear. Has every champion unlocked, but no gear and no progress, but a ton of favor. So, yeah, I mean, I should have, you know, if I could go back, if I could turn back time, then I would have just. I mean, I guess I could always have them switch it around, but I don't know. I could always have them. You know, I could have Sean reset this account, but unlock everything and put a bunch of favor in Sword Coast. But I don't know. Maybe that's probably what would have to happen at this point. Is we'd have to invert it, and then I'd have to use the CNE account for the test for the new player accounts. Giveaways are rare. They don't happen on the CNE launcher. Hey, look, the chest list now says and 2 more, which makes it pointless to look at now. Why is it taking so long to get through? Sword Coast. What's changed? Oh, we have all the champions I was expecting. Is it just that we don't have Melf? Maybe. Dance lovers, 40 steps across the quad, not the squad. Across the quad. Up there at the front of the pack. I'm very tempted to do a deep favor push in Sword Coast, but I'm like, time is not on my side. No, it isn't. All right, there we go. Get rid of those. Yeah. I mean, so we've got resources to do a deep favor push, but then we're out of these. Go your own way. Have Lark antagonize 10,000 enemies. Got it. Didn't try to farm it. Just used Lark, and we got there fairly quickly. I feel like. I mean, we've had Lark what, a week, so getting the achievement without trying in a week. Pretty good. Pretty good. I don't think we really have anything else. So we've now got, we needed 30 silvers for patrons. But we also need to save some up for when we unlock Blue Sheet. So still not going to open any silver chests. They're not giving us a whole lot right now anyway. I mean, you still usually would want to open them, but it's getting to the thresholds and then opening beyond that is better. There's a time gate piece. God dang it. God dang it. Hank's just still dumping time gate pieces on us. So we should look at what our layout looks like now. Seat 9 is stacked. We still need 12, or 2, 6, and 12. We still need 2, 6, and 12. So 2 was going to be Blue Sheet, 12 was going to be Azaka, and 6 we were going to get in the event with a flex. The Sentient Void, that's what we're looking at right now. I'm 3 champions away. But technically now we have 6 for a time gate. When I get King of Shadows today, Ron. Epic has a giveaway today that gave out King of Shadows, the Dark Urge, and Valentine, which gave me 3 more champions towards Strahd, which is why we left the Wild Beyond the Witchlight. We stopped chasing Blushi, and now we're chasing Strahd because we're 2 champions away. And also set my event uncommons back by like 18. So I don't know. We will figure out after we prep Strahd, we'll figure out what we're doing. Wow. I feel like the most efficient answer is Time Gate Shandy. Because Shandy's a better speed champion early than Lark is. And then go back to chasing Blushi and Azaka. And then I can, in the event, I can flex Yorvin. And then next week, who knows? Was that about a giveaway? Epic had a giveaway. A surprise giveaway today. It's under their, you have to go under like free stuff, like down where there's normally free games, they now just have a thing that says free stuff, and if you click on it, it's a list of lots of free stuff, and Idle Champions has a Dark Urge party pack that's free that you have to claim, like go through the whole claim thing like you would a free game. Yeah. And it's actually got a skin for the Dark Urge. Cozy Dark Urge. This is ridiculous. This is ugly. He wins the ugly sweater contest. Yeah. So. I mean, they gave me 3 champions I wasn't going to chase. So, you know, that's fine, I guess. No. Yeah, it's supposed to be. Ugly holiday sweaters are the thing, like, the point. So, it's supposed to be ugly. There's an Electrum. Where'd they put it? There it is. Okay, God dang it. Why? Why? We're getting gear for the new champions instead of all the old ones that still need gear. It's frustrating. Valentine's already got 3 pieces. I just want give me Eliwick's slot 3, please. Well, Maxie, we were just talking about that. If I ever do a new new account run again, we never, you know, who knows nowadays. I would have to invert my test account and my new player account. I'd have to make the CNE launcher account my new player account because it never gets giveaways. And then I'd have to turn my Epic account into the test account. Because now there's 6 permanently unlocked champions on this account, even if I reset it. So, we were already fudging it a bit with the 3. I don't know what to tell you. I can't help you there. How many? Oh, I got enough tokens to buy a pack. Want to buy a Norden pack? No, I want to save. Ugh, we ran out of speed. Yeah, I mean, you just go take that to the tavern. We can't really do anything about it. So, CNE has to know about it. Oops. That was the wrong button to hit. Oh well. We're at the end of the run anyway. Just dumped her hand of cards. Oh. Yay. I feel like I'm trying to weigh pros and cons here. It feels like doing a deep favor run using like 10x speed or close to 10x speed with one of each of these would save us time in the long run, because then we'd have more favor to start out with. All the champions would come in with their speed on. Feels like that would work. We could also just click through a bunch of stuff instead of having to use fire breath potions, which is more potion efficient. We might do that. We're probably going to do that. Not right now. On the next run. Not on this run. We already went too slow on this run. We're going to start the next one. That's a huge queen spider. All right, and supply rod. So this is the one we're gonna go all in on, and we're gonna make it a supply run. Okay. Finally got her to scavenger. And we get Elliot's cards up. Come on, one more. Alright. Numides, thank you for the follow. Alright, what do we got? Did we get? No, we're almost there. 18 away. We have E15 favor, so we got another time gate piece. Oh my god. Wow. Wow, 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 wow. Okay. Okay, sure. Sure. Swear them. The like noise filtering on the mic software is not working anymore. I don't know why. This is the kind of speed we want to achieve, right? Like constantly, but just not there yet. Hey, Star Chaser. Continue. Probably should have just fired this off. All right. Would I be able to play via Steam if I transfer the game to Epic? That's not possible. You can't transfer. So you can't even transfer the first time, let alone a second time. So that isn't, yeah, that isn't a thing they do. The platforms don't like that. So the platforms restrict studios from doing transfers like that from one place to another. It has to be some kind of, you know, outrageous reason why it has to happen. You're not going to go from PC platform to PC platform. They're not going to do that. E10, slowly accumulating. We got a ways to go. I mean, we went to the 700s in Wild Beyond the Witchlight. We only have 9 champions here, so I don't think we're going to go that far. But Dark Urge is now level 999. All right. I think I got Dark Urge on my main up to 1,000, but only because I was getting everyone to 1,000. Except for the Dead 3. Oh, speaking of, how are we doing on Mert? 1859, yeah. He's the one progressing normally. Everyone else, not so much. Nice gems. Green? Green for Tess, okay. At least that isn't one of the newest ones. Jinxed myself. Okay, that's fine. Where'd the gold go? All the way to the bottom. Alright, alright. Oh. I can't believe we're going to have Vajra and Strahd before Mert. To be fair, if I hadn't followed this silly restriction of waiting for greens before opening golds, we'd have Mert already. So I guess that's fine. I just don't know if we'd have had him before Vajra. Well, I mean, look, I haven't opened all kinds of stuff. There's plat packs that we started with. So yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, if I'd been opening up gold chests from the beginning, we'd already be there. We'd already be there. Okay, did we already get enough gems? What is it? Eloic's rocking and rolling. Okay, huge potion of heroism. That might be the first one of those we've ever gotten. Yeah. Because I wouldn't have used one. So. It's actually tempting to break down. Because of all the potions right now at this point in the game, that's the one that I probably need the least, but we'll hold on to it just in case. Just in case. What are we on at favor-wise? E13. Okay. Moving up. Moving up. $55 out of 314. 27 out of 68. Still got so much to give. So much to give. Was an Electrum, right? Yep. Okay, fine. They're gonna wait until the very end. That looks gonna be the last piece of gear Electrums give me. Like, it feels like. Just because they know I want Eloic geared. We're pushing pretty far with just the speed team, right? This is pretty good. Like, this is how far we can go with just this group of champions, and this isn't even the pushing team. So, I think we would have been fine getting all of Strahd's content done, but it just would have been slower than what it's going to be now. Once we get this favor run done, we'll be able to go faster. Okay, now we need this swap. Excuse me, pardon me, coming through. Also, I just realized I should have been using freely this whole time, but oh well. Varnas. Oh. Help out the tank up front. No chest. That one not so good. What are we doing? Oh yeah. Plenty. It's a little wild that without even trying, I have like half the Absolute Adversaries. Right? 1, 2, 3. Well, we got Lizelle. I mean, we did Trifle. I mean, that was pretty straightforward. 1, 2, 3, 4. So I got 5 out of 9. Yeah. And so we're missing Astarion, who's actually the good one we would have wanted. The gold find and the damage boost. Yeah. Isn't it ironic? Don't you think? They should have given it. Well, it doesn't matter. It is weird to give King of Shadows with the Dark Urge a bit, because I mean, I know the King of Shadows can tank, but he's a real beefy DPS. So that feels weird to me. But it's not the first time they've done that type of thing. So, hey, Nathlas. King of who? Shadows. Shadows. King of Shadows. Yeah, he's pretty interesting. Yeah. He's like an evil tank that can also be a support and a DPS. But he gets stronger based on the highest area you complete with him without him dying. And then eventually you want him to die, but I remember when I was testing him, I ran all the way, we got a bug and I ran all the way to 2501 and he didn't die. And I was like, oh, well, he could have been stronger. Like, he literally could have been way stronger if he just died at some point, and he didn't. So... But you want him to go, you do want him to go as far as possible without dying. It's kind of like Cass. You put Cass in a group and you hope that the group gets all the way to its goal without anybody dying, because that means that, yeah, you built a good group, but just in case you do die, then Cass gets stronger. They moved the cat from 2001 to 2501? Yeah, you missed that. It's tough. They changed the health scaling, so it's actually really rough to get there. Oh, we got a health item for Karlach. Do we have a health item there? Did we have that item for 4? Hold on. It's gonna be C4. We didn't. Okay, so it's not progress. You never got to 2001? Yeah. Well, 2000 can still be a goal, but 2501 is now the hard cap. Hey, Amoeba. Okay, time to swap somebody in. Who's swapping in? Caddy Birdie, probably. Just needed more damage. Nope, still gonna have to keep going. Huh. Okay. What are we up to? E20. Cool. What's that going to get us over here? Oh, we need one E21 to get all 5 globals. Is it like, how much is it? Is it like E25 to get everything? What is it? What is it? What is everything here? Somebody that's got their main up. Forgot to check on Windfall after you told me to do the offline run. Well, it's had a lot of time now. It's had a lot of time to figure that out. I hope it finished. If it didn't, then it wasn't gonna. Probably. For that much time. You got her. Nice. Okay, good. Good. Oh no. Okay, we gotta keep changing people around. Well, that's not gonna do it either, huh? Wow. Okay. Okay. Who did we come up with? An interesting team last time. Oh, I still think Freely. That's right. That's right. I still think Freely's better here. Oh, Tess. That's right. Tess had the bigger bow. Form is E24. Okay. So I need. So I would need E26. I would need E26. I mean, Diana's at what? 346 EOA. And what's Melf gonna be? Well, only 152. So she's better. But wasn't somebody better than her? Wasn't Mako's. Was it Nordum? Oh god. Probably was. It's probably new Nordum. Yeah, E11. Good lord, Nordum. God dang it. I mean, I'm proud of you, son. Good job. Ah. I'm real glad you got this really good rework, Nordum. Wow. Oh, wow. We got an Electrum? We did. Anyway. Yes. So happy. I don't even care that it's a white. I don't even care that it's a white. All right. We're about to upset the apple cart here because I'm gonna. That was my trigger for dumping item levels onto Eliwick, and now we've unlocked Mert. All right. Yeah. Unlock. Dual Allegiance. Unlock 2 patrons. All right. So he needs 2.5 EO4. Do 25,000 influence. We'll have to do that. Not if I'm Brovia. I'm doing that right now because that's why we left. I'm at 38 champions, so I had to go to Barovia, which is just continue through Sword Coast, but you have to turn the corner. You don't go down. You have to come down, and then when it splits, you have to go up. Otherwise, you run into Vecna, who will be way too strong. Well, actually, nowadays you could probably cruise right through it and be like, oh, it's fine. But you're really supposed to turn and go up. How's our core looking now? We're already 2,500 through. Nice. Nice. That's very nice. They buffed him through the roof, assholes. They didn't change his core leveling functionality at all, but they gave him the ability to scale based on how well developed your Modron cores are, but even then, like, I don't even have a well developed core, and he's already buffing way better than he used to. He's got a pre-stack. His core programming is a pre-stack for, you know, whatever core you have equipped. I have the modest core in, so it's for unique species. But then he has a pre-stack, or it doesn't have. It just has a multiplicative stacking for Grand Tour campaign, and another one for hooking up nodes. Like, so the one of them is one of his spec choices, though. Like, he has a spec choice that also is another spec choice that's stacking, multiplicatively stacking, but can get up to 120 stacks of Carlock level like buffing. And that Modron, that powered node one, can actually get over 300. Ridiculous. So he has the potential. On my main account, I was throwing down E65 as a buff at 1,000 item levels, and Bayou Shakira had E85 at 10,000 item levels. So Nordum's beefy. Has the potential to be beefy. You do have to develop your Modron cores. Just got to 50 champions with the new Epic Games Store giveaway. Go unlock Zariel. Did you do Avernus yet? That's what you need to unlock Zariel. Wild. You just got to do the storyline of Avernus too. Really glad I was in the middle of Avernus already. Yeah. I am now wishing I hadn't done the Witchlight thing and had just been like, you know what, we should just prep for Strahd because we'd have it. But oh well. I don't even know, by Shakir, at that point, I don't even know how good his pre-stack is. Like, after you've gotten so much power from the Modron core stuff, it feels like the pre-stack thing then becomes secondary. Two off from Split the Party 3, but it's just choosing which one's the time gate. Nice. Hey, Gartoffelin. But yeah, like I said, I'm now at 38 champions unlocked. So we just kind of fast forwarded, and suddenly it's like, oh god, I've gotta get ready for Strahd. When that wasn't a thing I was worried about yet. Any idea how it's a new core once the event ends? You can't get it again until the event comes around again. That's how event tier rewards work. So unless they decide to put it somewhere else as well, but it wouldn't go into gems. Event tier rewards are only available traditionally, historically, only available when the event comes back around. Which is why I'm angry that they put it there. Buff Carlock up. What we really need to do, actually, is come back here and put our gold find crew in. Oh, hold on. That's part of it. Where's the rest of it? We need Dritz and Alec. There we go. What they do to make me angry? They locked a new Modron core. They finally gave us a new Modron core, but they locked it in event tier rewards. It's like, what are you doing? Why would you do that? Okay. Gold farm. All right. Did that reset her thing? It did. Dang it. Okay. Did I miss that? They just did it. It just happened yesterday. Unfortunately, no shot I can clear tier 3 yet. Yeah, that's the rub. And even with you gotta wait until next December. Unless they somehow, before then, they either put it somewhere else as a reward as well, or do a time gate rework that lets you do event tier stuff in time gates. Like, but there's no guarantees of any of that. Norm's in the May. Oh, is he in May? Oh, that's right, because he's reworked. Still. It shouldn't have been a tier. It shouldn't have been a tier reward. I mean, it doesn't. I mean, at this point, load it up for next dev inside. At this point, it doesn't matter. They already did it, right? Asking them why they did it doesn't change the fact that they did it, and they can't. And they're not going to change it. I highly doubt they would bother changing it. Well, let's get some gold. Get some gold up in there, mother. Lawful core. That's a core. That's why it says lawful core. Yes. There's E23. Okay, we're doing good. Doing good. Trying to get to E26, ideally. But even this was a good amount. Well, I honestly thought that was going to change unaffiliated core to make it work the same, but for lawful, oh no. No, it's a core. That's why it even looks like a core. I mean, it's a core, not a feat. The feats look like the thing on the right, with the light green stuff. There, it looks like a card. Right. Well, everything that you loot in this game is a card. Right. But on the right of this, that's what a feat looks like. It's got the green inner border and the little stars at the top, left and right. That's a feat. That's what a feat looks like. So, but everything you loot in this game is a card. It's just the way they did their art. Can't see green. Well, yeah. Then you're just looking at. Then the difference is the design, right? Like there's stars at the top, left, and right. It tells you what it does at the bottom and it scrolls, right? Like, yeah. So that's what you're looking for. It's not, it's Nordom, Ethel, Nordom. Nordom is his name. And yes, his ultimate is fantastic. Modron is what he is, not his name. So E23. If we throw down like a little more gold find, can we get there? No. Kind of max it out here. Gonna make a lot more progress to get more gold. No, that's not how that works, Jada. Should I skip the Monoscore and invest on the fast core? Well, you get the Monoscore first. And so you should be leveling it. Once you get the fast core goes here in your active party. The Monoscore goes to the background party. And then you're trying to level up the fast core as fast as possible. But you use the Monoscore in your background party at that point. And it will slowly level up back there. I lived somewhere where they were translated into robot and Tobor. Oh, that's... called E. Nordum in my... Ah. Oh. This is being weird. Is it Lae'zel that's critting now? No? Yes, it's this. It's the 4 seconds of bud base damage that's got to be critting now. Let's see. Oh, it's Tess. Tess, what? E20 damage buff. Okay, Tess is pretty good early on. Oh, Uggy's attacks deal 5 seconds of bud base damage. That's what's going on. Uggy's killing everything. Okay. Okay. Oh, no. Amoeba, you don't translate people's names. People's names are what they are. That's a respect thing. My name is what it is. It doesn't get translated when I go to another country. It is my name. And games should do the same. Like you don't travel another country and become a different person. Like that's so it doesn't make any sense when they translate names. It just makes everything worse for communities, like the community around a game, but also just bad. Just bad. Oh, we broke. We went Bud's buggy. We went Bud's buggy. We got about 16 minutes of hot Bud's buggy action ahead of us. Can we get to 26? I don't know. If you missed it while we were on ad break, we have now broken Bud. We have breaking Bud. That's what we should have called it. Oh no. We should have called it Breaking Bud. We've now broken our Bud, and we've triggered what unfortunately we called Bud's buggy because it was literally Bud is buggy. We should have called it Breaking Bud. I am the one who knocks. Wait, no, that's not it. I'm the one who knocks heads. There we go. That's better. Can you explain Breaking Bud, like Bud's buggy? Okay. You're referring to Breaking Bad, yes. It's a Breaking Bad reference. So, here's what we know. I researched this like so much a few years ago. Okay, we're dying. All right. We need to come back here. I researched this so much a few years ago. So what happens is there's something wrong with debuffs. Oh, we're not going to be able to do it. We don't have a survivable enough tank to keep this going. There is a problem with debuffs. It is specifically related to debuffing champion. And what happens is, well, we don't know exactly what happened. But what we see happen is first, up here, you'll get a 0 on a champion that is clearly should be doing damage. Like they are hitting things. And in fact, they will show up down here as setting buds, so we know they're hitting things, right? So when you get this 0, you've broken. Like the game has started to break. It is not tracking things correctly. The second thing that happens then is eventually, because the 0 up here will happen first, and then suddenly your debuff champion will show up down here as the one doing all the damage. And that's the core of that's at that point. Then you've broken Bud. You're Bud's buggy. Bud's buggy. Bud is buggy. Right? Because the debuff champion shouldn't be the one doing the killing ever. And so Freely is a serious offender, a major offender. He is one that can trigger this regularly. The other major offender is Orkira. Other champions that have some kind of on-hit debuff might, be able to make it work as well, but it really shows up the most when you have either Freely or Orkira or both in your formation. And what we determined is at a certain point, the more debuffers you have, and the better, and the more powerful they are. There he goes. He broke again. And the more powerful they are, the stronger the effect, ultimately, because there's like a range, so there's a tight window of when it will work, And the more debuffers you have, the stronger they are, the more you open the window and allow it to fluctuate. So the higher potential it can climb over. Like, see, it's at 212. So it's climbed over, we hit a high of 212, but the area-based monster health was 207. It climbed way over what the area-based monster health was. And it was able to still to do that. And what it does is, like, the more you open the window, the higher you could go over the area-based monster health. Or fall under the area-based monster health and still kill things like we just did there. So you're kind of opening a window for you to be able to go through with this bug. And then what's really, really broken about it is that it will scale itself. It will make itself more powerful, which clearly shouldn't happen. You don't even have to level up champions. I mean, I'm leveling up champions right now, but I do this usually from soft cap. And even when you stop leveling up, you're not adding any more power. It will continue scaling itself based off, because for whatever reason, the new bud that it's over jumping is based off whatever the area-based monster health is in combination with your overall group power somehow. So it can scale itself up infinitely as you're climbing, and let you go all the way to the area hard cap with a team that shouldn't be anywhere near it, right? It is based off champion power, so the gear matters, and the gear development matters. Even though it's a bug that is off some weird other thing, it doesn't matter. It's still scaling off gear for some reason. And I know this because I tested it on a gearless account, and while I could get it to trigger, it wouldn't climb. So the power does matter. How do we get E25? I really want E26. So yeah, that's what we know about it. Now the thing is, but we know why it triggers. Well, we know when it can trigger. We don't know why it triggers. We know how it triggers. It's on boss areas. It triggers the best on boss areas that have regular health and not armored or segmented like this. So when it drops and suddenly your bud isn't the debuffer setting like here, you can drop back to one of these boss areas and usually re-trigger it. That's what I'm attempting to do right now, is re-trigger it. Because our area-based monster health is 202, it should jump up to something like, 217, 215, up in that range. And then we could go progressing again. When it just kind of happens naturally, you can get into a loop where it will happen naturally and walk you all the way to 2501. Like you'll go I'll park it behind, I'll go in and have dinner and come back and I bud walked all the way to 2501. And it's like, whoops. Okay. Guess I'm gonna enjoy that. So that's Bud's Buggy, but we really should have called it Breaking Bud. Oh, that would have been such a better name. So now I'm trying to figure out where we're killing with Bud stuff here. Bud stuff. Giggity. I'm trying to see where, how far our window is. I would have thought it'd be lower, but the problem is we're killing. So this new Bud effects can crit thing is screwing us over. But what's not new? It's problematic for other reasons. Like the fact that we shouldn't even be killing things here. 15 orders of magnitude above the health was 15 orders of magnitude above what our max Bud was, and we're still killing things. That shouldn't happen. Let's see if it triggers here. I used to know I could get in way better detail about it back in the day, a couple years ago when we were doing it all the time. When it was impossible for me to not do it. Like every time I turned around, I was going Bud's Buggy every run. But it was because Orkira was a staple in my party. Bashkir says, a freaking carniceria, panaderia, where one of the former clerks always called me Felipe. My first name is Philip. I never minded that. In fact, look, in Spanish class, I got, you know, groomed to accept that my name was going to get changed. Like the teacher changed everyone's name to a Spanish version. And it was like, okay, whatever. But now I'm like, no, that's stupid. And I got in that mentality in college when I had a Spanish teacher in college who tried to tell us that Shakespeare's name in Spanish would be Shake Speare. And I was like, that's the dumbest thing I've ever heard. Literally the dumbest thing I've ever heard. And I just started hating it after that point. I can't stand it. His name's William Shakespeare. Not Guillermo Shake Speare. Not it. Not it. So I just can't. Anytime I hear somebody change names or see in games they change names, I just think about that. And I'm like, no, absolutely not. Aware of the Street Fighter 2 debacle? No. Okay, we're not really getting. Dang it. Okay, yeah. It's not triggering again. We just don't have enough power on this account to trigger it regularly, but it is happening. Okay, we got a bunch. I'm not going to see here. Okay, so with these arrows, when you're chasing Strahd, you come up. This is the Mists of Ravenloft. This is the clue. This should clue you off to this is going to take you to Barovia, right? If you go down here, you deal with Vecna. You did no. Come up here. This is the proper like way to do it if you're, you know, new is to go up. It's designed for you to go up, like scaling wise. It scales that way. Oh yeah, that's much nicer. Oh, look at that. Oh yes. Oh yes. Look at us level things up. Oh my god. So nice to have favor. They weren't teaching us an important lesson. Otherwise, if they weren't teaching us that lesson, or else they would have followed it up with, this is why this is an important lesson. No, that was not. They were just stupid. They were just stupid. I mean, this was college. This was a higher level college Spanish class. I mean, I don't like it. No, sir, I don't like it. Let's just say that. Let's just stick to that. Because it was not. Nope. It's not changing the name. That's translation. Exactly. But that's no. It's not. You don't translate names. Names are names. This is the argument, or this isn't even an argument. This is just a statement. My name is what it is. You don't change the name. You don't get to just call somebody whatever you want to call them. That isn't how it works. Just shuffle around a bunch of. Oh well. I mean, I don't. Yeah. I mean, it's M Bison, but like that was. I just want to be clear. Like, I was around back then. I played so much Street Fighter 2. It's the only fighting game that I ever functionally mastered. Playing on the Super Nintendo, I never ran into somebody who could beat me. It was kind of a challenge. People would be like trying to beat me. They couldn't beat me. I played it too much. There was no debacle back then. Like, no one knew. There was no social media. Nobody knew. Like, functionally, the public didn't. Yeah, no one cared. We only look at it now and go, oh, and then like, wasn't a thing. Like, I literally only found out like probably in the last 5 years that there was a that's why they were called M Bison. That's where M Bison came from. It's the same name, but that country, that name is said that way. Nope. That's what people try to tell you. That is not. No, absolutely not. Just because people have tried to associate names with with names in other countries doesn't mean that makes it okay. That's still not okay. Because then what are you saying to everyone that doesn't have a name translation? You're not important enough, right? Let's just put it that way. It doesn't have anything to do with that, but there's just another valid reason why this is something that should just never happen anymore. But this was let's be honest, it was a very xenophobic, probably somewhat racist at the time way to do this, but definitely xenophobic. You don't translate names. Names are names. Yeah, see, there's Baishikir, there's another counterpoint. If you called Latino people by their anglicized version of their names, it would have been real rude, right? Like, then it becomes real obvious that it's a problem. Real obvious. You don't do that. You don't take away people's identities. Well, but so Nathless, what you're saying is that because some people can't figure out how to produce your name, that you have chosen to just give them another name to call you by, and they're okay with that. But that's a you decision. And honestly, I get it, but that doesn't mean that that's how across the board things should be treated, right? I mean, people I go by multiple names, right? Garwar, I don't know if anyone knows this, but Garwar is not my legal given name at birth, right? Shocker. I'm sorry to ruin it for everybody, but yeah, like there's reasons why people can choose. People can choose to go by a different name, but it's the individual's choice, and it shouldn't be society's choice. There's the problem. Xeno, what? Yeah, they're not xerophobic. That's people who are afraid to use Xerophon. Or hate Xerophon, right? Hey, Shevnik. Nice, Shevik. You should lean into it. Get yourself some big mutton chops. Throw out a mullet. People are stupid sometimes. Oh, hey, we unlocked Matron Pert. No, Patron Mert. God dang it. And we got a reward, and I forgot to claim it. Forgot to claim it. Okay. Electrum, give me... No. Yeah. Okay, we need Diana's next. We need Diana's item next. Since we got Eliwix. Shevik, 3 steps across the quad. Nice. I typed it into chat. Xenophobic. Dinah hair. I didn't want Dinah hair, but I got her anyway. Yeah. Dinah hair is now in greens and blues. Do we have Dinah hair chests? I don't think so. Yeah. No. She came from Tails, and we haven't done the Tails stuff yet. Okay. We just haven't had time to go back and do the Tails variants, like variant 1 of Tails. We could do it. We got to do we got to do like a favor run in Red Knight as well. Jabril? Is it Jabril? I've heard that pronounced Jabril, but that doesn't mean that's correct. I have, but that's upon seeing it the first time. I mean, you could also go the H, but the thing is like, you know, you see someone's name, you ask them, you could either ask them how it's pronounced, or you could try to say it and then help to have them correct you. And you just learn their name. So it's close. Okay. Yeah, H sound after the B. Oh. How is that? I'd have to hear it. Yeah, I'd have to hear it. I don't know. Hold on. Let me see if I can find it.
Jibril.
That it?
Jibril. Jibril.
Is that the correct pronunciation? Nathalis? There's a bunch of them. That was the one at the top. Bit better. It's throwing you up, yeah. I mean, it's an actual person saying it, I think, but it doesn't mean that they're saying it right either. Gortys, I know a lot of people like that. I wish the world respected people's names more, is what I'm saying. I think it would, you know, it would be better for everybody. Especially nowadays. Oh, I forgot to go buy blessings. Start strong. Patron's favor. Just top all this stuff off because these are the cheap ones. All right, and then down here, we'll see what happens. I don't think we're gonna be able to get everything down here. Oh, we got all of that one. Okay. Oh. Why did that work? That shouldn't have worked. But it worked. Okay. We're done in Sword Coast. For favor. Has to do with the actual, probably small additive costs we were fine with. The total we wouldn't have been. I larked my gem farm, currently taking the same time to do 200 extra levels. That's great, right? That sounds great. 200, that's 40 more boss bags in the same amount of time. That sounds like an improvement. I was like, speed effects stand up against Shandy's basic speed boost. So at lower levels, Shandy is better. But at, you know, like it, but once you can, like, once you have a team to build around it, like basically once you get a team that's got like a 1 or 2 kill clear, like you're not then using Shandy anyway because you're using potions. So then the comparison isn't even Shandy. It becomes it becomes Lark versus Whittle. And because you don't because if you can just have the enemies out there automatically, you don't need enemy spawn speed, right? So at low levels, Shandy is better than Lark. At lower development levels, Shandy is better than Lark. At higher development levels of a speed account or speed team, Lark becomes better than Shandy. And then when when you get to the point where you're really fine-tuning things, then you don't even need Whittle anymore. You've just got Lark. Right? Like Lark is basically replacing Whittle and Shandy at higher levels at the same time with one champion. With Lark versus BBG? No, you would use them together. Yeah, anyone who chooses the name, like a Western name to work under, and they choose Bruce Lee and Peter Pan, like, good job. Good job. Like, they gotta be fun people. Well, so if Lark drops 6 enemies, I don't think, because you've still got to, like, there's still time it takes to click through them instantly. I think that getting to the one click, one click kills. I think I still think that's a time savings, but I don't know. I think you could do it if you didn't want to. If you wanted to remove BBG, you could. Yeah, I think you'd need to test it. I think you'd need to test and see what the time differences are. Shakir said, but over half my coworkers are Indian and none of them go by an anglicized name, maybe more of an East Asian thing. I think it's just what pressure do you feel you're under to get a job? Like, do you feel like to get a job, you have to change your name? And I think some people are like, you know, some people's are feel more pressure than others. I worked with a guy in insurance who, the entire time I knew him, I almost, you know, like from the time I met him and forever, like I thought he was Latino because his last name was a pretty common Latino name. And then one day everybody was talking and I found out, no, he's Native American and his grandfather had changed their last name because he couldn't get work as a Native American man. People were more willing to hire migrant workers than they were Native Americans. And so he had to change his name just to work. And I was so mad. I'm still mad about that to this day. I just can't stand. So yeah, it's more to do, again, it's a xenophobia thing. It has to do with dumbass white people not wanting to learn names or holding, you know, making assumptions about people based off their names. And it's like, just makes me mad. It all just makes me mad. So, okay, it says I wish more speed champs had item level caps. Me too. I didn't have to think about what item level I need. Just need my speed formation to be brainless. Look, they capped. So here's the thing: they nerfed 3 champions at once. Nerfed 3 champions at once, and it's how we got dismantles. It's how dismantles came about. They nerfed Ashara, they changed Ashara, Briv, and Human. And Human, they put a cap on. Human used to not have an item cap, and their argument was, we believe that you should need more than 1 champion of a given type of speed effect to get to the maximum effect you could get, instead of just being able to do with 1. And I was 100% on board with that. But then they started releasing champions without speed caps. And it was like, okay, so you don't actually believe that. Okay, great, thanks. Yeah, like there's still like Melf needs a cap, Whittle needs a cap. It's frustrating. Didn't they finally cap Tatiana? Okay, we've opened up Barovia. It's down here at the bottom right. Right? So we did this, and it's like, well, what do you do then? Well, it's down here at the bottom right. You click the little arrow, and now we're in Barovia. And now we're in Barovia. But your coworkers also have no problem just speaking Hindi in mixed companies. Maybe they feel safety. I'm just glad they feel like they can do it. They should be able to do it. You should always feel like you can just speak whatever your language is in mixed company if you want. I worked with a lot of Filipino people, so Tagalog was thrown around a lot. Yeah, I can't speak any of it. but there was a lot of it thrown around, and I was like, that's awesome. Keep on doing your thing. Yeah. Suggestion which hero should unlock in the event? Yorvin's the best one. Oh, if you have them all, then it's like, well, I don't know, who do you need to develop more of? But Jorvin's the best, in my opinion, out of the event. And then it, you know, cascades down from there. What do we do? Peace equipment for 25 champions, Grand Tour blessings. Cool. Give me all that. Give me all that. Give me 2 more gold chests. Oh, we got some more electrums. Oh, there's a feat. Oh, for Charlock. So, God dang it. I get excited because it could be really good. Patty Bree crit damage. Does she have that already? She did. She had that at green already is what I should be saying. And she did. All right, we're back down into the 40s now. Okay. Well, now we're chasing Diana's slot 4, just so that we can put some item levels on her. Oh, shuffle that hand. It's a horrible hand. Did we just get another Electrum, or was that a silver? It was an Electrum. Dorm robes for the Dark Urge. That's progress, okay. What's the name of the third given champion? Valentine, King of Shadows, and the Dark Urge. The Dark Urge. Hang on. Living up the loft course, taking me back. It's been ages since I had to do it. Yeah, Monkey House. I haven't even started on my main account. I haven't even done that stuff on my main account. I kind of need to probably do Nordham's. Well, no, I've already unlocked Nordham, so it's just, yeah, no, it's fine. Like before Saturday, well, no, it's fine. Feel no motivation to play my main account at the moment. Although I do need to check on it. Didn't we? Hold on. Let me fire it up. Set up a non-briv speed farm. I got 5 levels overnight. Yeah. I mean, the first 5 are the easiest 5, but still, yeah. Okay, daily reward. All right, did we? Okay, trials run ended, but it can't claim stuff. So I'm not the only one that hasn't logged in. That's nice. All right, I haven't flexed anyone in the event on my main account. All right, that's it. All right, hop out of that. Bringing that down. King of Shadows was hurting his teammate when I tried him. Yes, that's what he does. He damages them, and every time he damages them, he gets stronger. In most of his specialization choices, he won't kill the other person. He will stop. But there is a specialization choice where he will kill them. You want to have a healer in with him so that he can just keep damaging them constantly. Doesn't Nordum give you pipes to upgrade your flow? No. He's never done that. Ever. Yeah. He's never given pipes. He's never given component pieces. Somebody else is a scavenger for component pieces, and I don't care enough about them to remember who. Is it Presto? It's probably Presto. Because I don't care about Presto, so it's got probably Presto. Thank you, Prowler Marco. Yeah. It's component piece, motor component pieces are pointless. Like, Presto should have scavenged a Modron component chest, like, I mean, make it like Electrums or time gate pieces, like once every 3 days. Hell, you could have made it once every 5, and we'd have been overjoyed. Like, have it go up once every 5. It could have had a low cap. It could have been a contender. It could have been great. We did not get that. We have to make a party with Tess and Dark Urge in the Christmas. So, well, this isn't a sweater. This is like a Kigurumi with a cape. There's a lot of holiday skins in the game, to be clear. Like this one. Nordum got a Christmas sweater. You just can't see it because his scarf's covering it. Oh, come on. Why does it do that every time? You're on a boss level and you go to the store, it just stops your progress. Yeah, they gave him 3 Modron component chests as his tier 2 reward, which, I mean, that was nice of them. But then they did us dirty with the core in tier 3, so. Yeah, but Ileanders, I know what Modron pieces are, component pieces are for, but the point is like, if you've got garbage pipes, you don't need upgrades, and you can get to epic flow without ever upgrading anything. Like, you only really need the upgrades when you're chasing supercharging. So I don't find a lot of value in someone who scavenges those. Yeah. Oh, yeah, that's the thing. If well, I don't know if yeah, I mean, he'd go in, Presto would immediately go in your gem farm just until you hit his cap, and then he'd get relegated to a background party. Just like every other scavenger, right? Or most of their scavengers. Diana's the only one that usually stays because she has a good speed effect, right? But yeah. Shakira says, I chose to sell all my common and uncommon pipes. Wow. For component pieces because I have enough epic directed pipes to optimally pipe all my cores and probably most of the new ones. Turns out to be a mistake because now I can't import a layout from the Encyclopedia Modronica as I don't have the more common pieces they used at the end. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, so now you have to manually pipe it. This is me going, Yeah. Yeah. That's the thing when you're like, well, I'm just only going to use epic pipes. It's like, or well, you know, rare and epic pipes. It's like, well, but that's not how people pipe. So, because at a certain point, you already have the flow and you just need to deliver it, and that's what the others are for. Okay, strike them last for the event champion achievement. If I reach 100%, do I get any bonus or buffs, or is it just to keep us busy? It's just to keep you busy. Like I said, you don't grind those. It doesn't matter. It's just going to give you a bigger number up here. This bonus, I'm at 448.9%. But this is just a tracker to let you know where your overall progress. But then every time they add a champion, it drops under 100% again. You got 100% it again, right? Because it's not a game that's finished. People thought, I think I saw a review about the game where they were pissed because some kind of comment, because they're pissed that they keep adding achievements and stuff. But it's like, well, but then people who are completionists can never, like, you never complete the game. What are you doing? It's like, that's what a live service game is. Like, until they sunset development, you know, and say we're not developing anymore, we're just maintaining. We keep playing, but we're not adding new stuff. Until that point, the game is continually getting new content, and thus new achievements with the way that they did their achievements. Like, if that wasn't something you were okay with, then you never should have started playing. Or just remove it from your Steam library so you don't see it anymore. Because it's like, oh, come on. But yeah, it's just a tracker to let you know where you're at. But chasing it is, it's something some people do. But like, it's a continuous work because they're constantly adding more content. Yeah, Nathless, the big chase once you're trying to supercharge is the epic crosses that are directed, and because there's so many different potential combinations of directions, it takes forever. I'm still trying to do that on my main account. Like, I mean, I've supercharged what I want to supercharge so far, but I'm still trying to do all of them, and it's it's rough. But again, they seem to be fine with the rate at which people get pipes. And anytime somebody brings up a possible quality of life update, they're like, well, we're good with it. So, tomorrow, I already know what we're doing tomorrow, because I don't know if we're going to make it today, but because we're just trying to get to towering expectations today. That was the goal. But we did unlock Mert, which means we do need to go do a Mert variant. But I just figured we do it for Mert and Strahd both tomorrow, so that we can get our time gate piece before, like, this week, so that it resets on Monday, and then we can buy them more. And then we're going to get 3 time gate pieces a week just from patrons, folks. It's a good way, right? Then we don't have to save anything. Because then when the events roll around with their unlocks, it's like, okay, I'll just get that from, I can spend whatever's in my inventory because I'm just going to stock up on that on Monday with the patron. Because each achievement is 1% multiplicatively, it's adding up nicely in the end. If you think so, I guess that's cool. I don't know. The in-game achievements are different from, I was talking about Steam achievements that person was ranting about, but the in-game achievements do just continue adding in forever. I have them all on my main account, and it's like a bad champion buff, like a champion that needs a rework. I think it's around EO8 or something. I mean, it's fine. At some point, it'll get into the double digits. Can you give us the option when you want to use the component to upgrade a blue 4-way to epic? You have the choice to choose the path you want? No. I mean, look, I suggest, like, they wouldn't let you choose. What I suggested was you let us use component pieces to re-roll the directionality of a pipe that already has directionality on it. Not add directionality, but just you get a pipe that's got directions, spin the component pieces to gamble on a re-roll, try to get what you want. And they were like, no, we're fine with the way pipe pieces accrue right now. Like they just, yeah, it was a very quick no. It wasn't even a consideration. So, because I was like, hey, then that gives you a reason to break down pipes into component pieces, like, because in game you don't really need to, right? And you just accrue tons of pipes, but. Or modern component pieces if you sell them all off, but then you're not going to ever like using them all. I don't know. Oh, it's EO6, not EO8. Okay, never mind. That's even worse than I thought. That'd be sweet though. I thought so. I thought that would be a cool thing that would actually get, you know, end game players like converting pipes into Mojo component pieces and gambling their pieces away. Like, no. Yeah, there's the other thing. 30 or 40 of those awful 2 in 2 out pipes where they come in from the top and bottom and like out the sides, or in from both sides and out the top and bottom. And it's like, those are the worst. Those aren't useful. Yeah, you'd re-roll those. You'd also re-roll the 1 in 3 out, because a 1 in 3 out directional is worse than an undirected X. Please. Because it's doing the same thing, but only in a specific directionality. It's bad. So you would do those two. You do those two. But yeah. I think on my main, the only stuff I sold was undirected greens and blues. And I usually sell down until I have like 100 of the whites. Of each of the whites, I could probably sell down to like 50 of those though. But undirected pipes in the greens and the blues are at a certain point, they're disposable. You need them early on and for a while in the middle, but at the end, you don't need them, because at the end, you're trying to get directed pipes, because directed pipes have the better bonuses. And then when you get everything strong enough, then you can just fill it in. You can just deliver flow with whites. You don't need the higher level stuff. That reminds me though, now we'll be able to do like for the main account, we'll be able to do like a piping the lawful core stream. We haven't had a new core in a long time. There's a time gate piece. Wait, how are we at 10? I thought we were already at 10. We were already at 10. That was weird. I don't know what happened there. That was definitely a time gate piece that it dropped. Maybe I got a bug. Maybe they'll register later. Hmm. Oh, did the stream drop or something? Man. Twitch be twitching like that sometimes. Okay, there's that one done. Second, tower on the lake. Yeah. Yeah, that would happen. I'm not dropping any frames, so it's definitely a Twitch thing. Definitely a Twitch thing. How far we got? Still 200 areas. All right. I'm saving potions by just leveling up. Click damage to get us there. Instead of using fire breath potions. Okay, so this will give an epic because we're at our pity timer. Who gets it? Hitch does. That update? No, it's still a 10. I could have sworn we were at 10 and not 9. Maybe we were at 9 and we went to 10 and I was just getting ahead of myself. Probably. Probably. Is the lawful core changing anything in the meta? I don't know. I haven't heard anybody really talk about it yet. It literally just came out yesterday, so. I mean, it's not going to be anything I care about. If we go over to alignment lawful, here's your characters. I mean, Artemis is in here, but I don't think he has the supports for it. Birdsong's lawful. But like, she's already got dexterous and unaffiliated. Is lawful going to be good? I don't know. Like, you have to look at like what supports are available. So you got like Lae'zel, you got Omen, BBEG, Prox, Calyx, Shadowheart, Venersa, Duke Ravengard. Yeah, I mean Duke Ravengard and Strongheart, so you could try a lawful Birdsong. But again, she's already got unaffiliated and dexterous. You got Miria in there. So, I mean, there's some okay stuff, but nothing that I'd be like, okay, I'm immediately switching unless it has outrageous power, right? I don't know what you mean by faster than strong. I don't understand how Nordum getting like tier 2 of Nordum. I don't understand the comparison to Strahd there. But nobody has 140 jump brave and already maxed out the core. Oh no, people did yesterday. I think Bayushikira did yesterday. Yeah. Monastic did yesterday. Lots of people did that yesterday. It doesn't even take a 14 jump. It like you could do it with a 9 in it. Apparently, pretty quickly. A 9 in a really built Nordum, right? Discord saying weaker than most of the other cores. Okay. Yeah, unsurprising to me. That's probably going to be their argument for burying it in an event, is like, well, it's not that strong, so it's fine. Ugh. Oh. I mean, it's at least better than the Aerosmith core. Mm. I mean, the Magic core is strong for Magic, you know, for the people that it actually buffs, but the Aerolis core is not. I mean, honestly, the purpose of the lawful core, the purpose of all cores from this point on, even if they aren't any good, is to buff Nordum. Like, just pipe them out, supercharge them, get them to 15, supercharge them, and hey, there's more stacks for Nordum. That's really it now. Legit shock there isn't a hard core. I think if they've talked about a challenge core, and I think where you connect pipes to nodes that give you trade-offs of things like, well, I mean, people have asked for all kinds of things, but where there's a trade-off to get a bonus, like harder enemies, but the enemies are harder, but they drop more gems or something like that, right? Or there's a speed effect, something, right? Like they've talked about with a variety of different things in a challenge core, and that one to me would be what you would call the hardcore instead of a challenge core, right? Because you're basically making the game harder to get a reward. I play a game that does this. It's called Conquest Arc. It's a survivors like, and they have these things that you can go to, and you unlock the ability to then like slot these shards into these obelisks, and for every shard you put in the obelisk, you increase a positive effect on a run, but you also increase negative effects. So like the enemies get more health and they hit harder, but you get a better chance at getting the drops that you want, right? Like, and so you make those trade-offs. Absolutely. It's all about getting them drops, right? Yeah. But well, until you get all the drops that you want, and then you're like, well, I'm not doing that anymore. Right? But you know. Yeah. So I play a game that does that, and it works very well. I don't know if they're ever going to do that as part of a core, but to me, like they've talked about it. Whenever those things have been put up, like presented, they have been like, yeah, that might be something we would do in like a challenge core that we've talked about before. But I think they should just, it should just be another system where you accept that you are going to be, limited. Things are going to get harder, but you're earning more of what it is you're trying to earn, right? Just kind of a tried and tested thing that people tend to be willing to make the trade-off for. Supercharging all nodes is an issue. Well, you can't supercharge all nodes. You just got to figure out how to supercharge as many nodes as possible. Right? There's only a couple cores that I don't know. Did they find out, is the lawful core fully superchargeable? Because I know the unaffiliated and the dexterous you can fully supercharge, but I don't think Aroas is. Yeah. But it's going to be about, yeah, you're going to want to like over develop your cores now to try to supercharge as many nodes as possible, even the ones that don't get a benefit from supercharging, because Nordum gets the benefit. But that's again, that's an end game thing. The ones not assigned to any party buff Nordum, yes. They buff based off level. Like, so the overall level of the cores, like the total overall level of the cores buffs Nordum. Hold on, let me pull Nordum's new kit up. So here's the way it works. Under specializations, core competency, Nordum gains stacks based on the total level of all Modron cores. So just getting them to 15 buffs, like even if they're not in a party. However, the Great Modron Puzzle just cares about 4. So, well, currently 4. So you get a pipe puzzle stack for having a powered output, an epic powered output, or supercharged output, which means any given node could give 3 stacks. But it's across the Modron cores you have it equipped across all parties. So you just have to overdevelop 4. So 2 straight up unaffiliated dexterous. You can fully supercharge those for sure. Because we knew that before, because that was the only way you could get the achievement before, because it was broken, and instead of just requiring that you get all superchargeable nodes supercharged, it required that you get all of them supercharged. So then you just got to find 2 more that are going to give you the most possible number of supercharged endpoints. I don't know what those are. I don't know which 2 are going to be the best, right? But if they were to release a 3rd core that's fully superchargeable, like I said, I don't know if the lawful core is or not. Hence why I asked. That would be your 3rd, right? You would want that. King Shadows again. Why? We just got him. Why is he getting so much gear? Why is he getting so much gear? Oh, he's got 3 games. I shouldn't say so much, but he got 3 greens in a row. I just want, I'll take a white here. Just give me the last Diana piece, please. What's the number on Valentine when she's in a party? The number of positionals that are affecting her. Yeah. Because she has things that like she counts those as stacks for some of her abilities, but that's what Valentine wants. She wants you to point positional formation abilities at her, and then she sends them all to everyone with a DPS tag. Party 2 stopped. Gee, I wonder why. Could it be that we were asking Bruno to do something that Bruno shouldn't have to do? That's probably it. 175 is a problem. So that's the issue. 175 is a stretch. For clickers. We're just using clickers back here, and that's a problem. Dun, dun. Is there a split the party 5? No, there's just a split the party 3. Wait, yeah, there's just split the party 3. That's the wrong button. We can only get 3 background parties. So we gotta come babysit this while he finishes this. He just has to get to 175. mean, you say thank God no, but El Pollo Batman, I always wanted one background party for every patron. So now that we have 5 patrons, I would like to have 6 total parties, but the game can't. They can't do it. No, Nathless. Again, I already said there's only 3 split the parties. Oh no, we're gonna die because we can't kill anything. Oh no! Didn't even kill that bird as it went by. Sad. Well, Bruno, I don't know what to tell you, buddy. You tried. Well, now we've got to do something to get this done. Let's see if we can finish it. Let's see if we can finish it with an actual team. What do we need? E54. Oh yeah, we can hit E54. Use the Shara instead. Then why is the message saying this party is currently locked by complete list of requirements? Because that's just the generic hard-coded message they put in. It's always done that. There's nothing else there. They need to fix all kinds of things in this game now, Liz. That is probably the lowest priority for them. They don't care. I mean, the Modron stuff said that it was in beta and that you shouldn't, and that, be careful if you want to do this for the longest time. And it wasn't in beta. So, yeah. All right, I think we're done having him do stuff over there. Yeah, we know, roguelikes. Yep. That's why I changed what we're doing today. We're not chasing Blue Sheet now, we're chasing Strahd. Because now we're at the point where we have to. Oh, we unlocked Turn of Fortune's Wheel. Woo! No, we're at 38. We're at 38 champions now. And Strahd just needs 40, so we're trying to get his requirements done. Yeah, good looking out. This Patreon screen still shows the countdown to week 2 unlocking. Yeah, this is because they built this system off another system that they did for a temporary thing where these types of challenges first showed up, and it was. I can't remember if it was an Ack or a High Rollers thing that was first. It might have been High Rollers. But they collaborated, and you had to you unlocked dice for the High Rollers live play by doing challenges in game. And there were different weeks. And so they used that same code and they just didn't remove that. They didn't comment that part out or just straight up delete it. They left it, and it's been confusing people ever since. Speaking of things that confuse people. Yeah. So I assume the motor system is there to stay. Yeah. Yeah, no, that's Presto doesn't get you better pipes either. We were having that whole conversation earlier. Again, the devs are very happy. The devs apparently are fine with the current rate of pipe acquisition in the game. They don't want to. They have no interest in changing it. They've made that public statement multiple times. Anytime somebody tries to suggest something, they're just like, "No, we're good with it." There have definitely been statements that were like bad, like asks from the community that were bad, but there were some that seemed reasonable. I don't want it. They don't want it. I mean, they overload new players with champs now, and it's interesting. It's very interesting. I mean, I don't know that it's bad, but I don't know that it's a bad thing, but it definitely confuses. Like, or how are you supposed to? What path do you take progress? Well, now it's almost like we can't really help anyone because, like, I don't know. That's what we're trying to figure out now, and it's already frustrating. It's already frustrating. So if it's frustrating for me, and I've been doing this for 8 years, like, what's it going to feel like for a new player? It's just a ton of power, and if you give a lot of power early, it's like, like you just start skipping. People just start skipping around, and then they might actually, hit someplace they're really not supposed to be. Like, I just unlocked Turn of Fortune's Wheel. I should not go there, but someone might try. 12 days in. Talk about like something that would make you want to, punch a computer, Turn of Fortune's Wheel. Lee says, after one, I'm a little bit overwhelmed by the options in the game after 1 month of playing. 1 month? I don't even know how wild it's going to be at 1 month. But yeah, sure. I find it a little wild at 12 days. Presto scavenge from Briv skip. All scavengers work off Briv skipped and Thalora skipped bosses, yes. Because the bags are collected. If the bags weren't collected, then we wouldn't Briv skip bosses, right? And you mainly play RPGs, yeah. I mean, I love me a good RPG, but yeah. Lately I am all about the survivors likes. Conquest Dark added a surprise holiday patch, and they added a Yuletide cap in, which is just a Santa hat. And it's actually got bonuses. It's like, they're not necessarily what I want, but the stats that they had to add new stats to the game that you could then pick up via what they call like soul fragments. And I'm like, oh, that could actually be interesting. I'm excited, but now I'm almost upset that they didn't add a whole full Santa outfit. I just want to gear a champion up and a character up in the full Santa outfit. See how far they can go. Still trying to figure out. I should go back and repeat the first character. I got one character to go functionally infinite in their arena, which is like the where you can just go forever. But then they just in this patch, they just basically made it harder. Like they have a tier system, so like every time in your run, every time the tier goes up, the enemies start getting harder. And it stopped at 15 in the arena, and now they've upped the top to 20. So now I don't think I think the strategy I don't know that the strategy I was using will get me through there. I don't know. So they're making the infinite runs harder, which is good. I mean, they've got a lot of people going like ridiculously far, so I get it, but yeah. I don't think they're iterating. That's a game where that's, you know, it's like basically one person slowly iterating on early access. I mean, and then you know, probably hiring out art and stuff from other people, and they're doing they're making good decisions. You know, looking at how people are playing and what kind of things people want and what's confusing. Because I was literally sitting there the other day going, "Why is this called this?" But that's not. But then there's also this, and they are not correlative. And then they changed one of the names, and I was like, "Nice, nice." They get it. They get it. They confused people. Okay, so you start here, and then you end up here, and then we're gonna end up down here, and then eventually we'll end up back up over here. So this is Seeds of Deceit. Oops. Okay. Added people that weren't supposed to be added. That's no bueno. That's no taco bueno. Nice. Go Lark. Get over there. Which game? I get deep into Vampire Survivors for about a month last year and burnt myself out on it. Oh, I played the chat. Someone in the chat gifted me Vampire Survivors, and then I got gifted like the DLC as well. I played a lot of that. This one's called Conquest Dark. It's in early access. It's a Conan style fantasy like world, so dark fantasy. And it's a survivors like in the sense that it's this kind of, you know, yeah, we're gonna deny that one, but there's nudity if you want nudity because Conan style. I turn that off. It's pointless. I've read the story reason why it happens. There was originally supposed to be like an animated intro that was very Terminator like, and that there was this like dark ritual that's cast on you and it burns away all of your clothes and armor, and so you're standing there naked when it starts. But yeah, so it's survivors like in the sense that it's, you know, you've got your upgrade pass and all of these things that you're functioning to try and get as far as possible, and there's different classes and different mechanics, and yeah. But yeah, this one's set in the dark fantasy, and almost all of them are in these little circular arenas that you can't see it completely on, regardless of resolution on a computer screen, but you can, you know, it's a very short thing. There are a couple larger maps, but the idea is you're in this small arena, like completing these dark rituals to try to gain power. Yeah, and the bosses are very boss-like. Like there are actual boss mechanics involved. There's even an arena where you're challenging like the end boss, and it's you get limited, like your power is limited, but you still have to figure out like how to combine everything and make it work. They did a good job. And again, they're still developing on it. So But I play, yeah, we play a lot of those around here. Where's my list? We played Achilles Survivor, which obviously was like an Achilles in that era, like the, you know, that type of story themed thing. Deep Rock Galactic Survivor. I mean, dwarves. Hell yeah. That's still one of my favorite. There was one that was done, like a Brazilian one called Hell Clock, which was real interesting. You're basically doing runs into these dungeons, and you're on a timer, and but it's the same kind of thing where you're trying to get, like, you're getting overwhelmed with enemies, you're trying to get as far as you can and get further and further every time. We did one called Jotun Slayer, Hordes of Hell. That one was neat. That was a little more story based. There's one called Nautical Survivor, where you're the boat, kind of. I mean, you're upgrading the boat, and there's like a crew, but you're the boat, and you're trying to survive, and it's got a very different feel to it as well. And then Vampire Survivors, yeah. Those are all the ones I've played so far. I keep getting, you know, I keep seeing more of them cross my email inbox, but not all of them are ones I'm interested in. Some are there. They've got, like, there was one with cats where you're a cat, and it was all cutesy, and I was like, okay. I mean, I can see how this could appeal to people. It just wasn't my thing. There's all kinds. Did I play Soulstone Survivors? No, but I think I hooked up the demo for it, and I never tried it. And Zombie Survivors, I did not. We went to play one recently that was like the flip on it, where you're the vampire instead of the people that are hunting the vampires. But we got about an hour into it and found out they used like Gen AI for the voiceovers, and I uninstalled immediately. I even deleted it. I'm making clips, and I deleted them. I think it's still on one of the day, because we did it partway through a day. We can't really edit that out. Well, Gale got all this stuff. Oh, Gale, gee. Gale's got to have all of his equipment. Now, Gale chests we can open now. I think we had Gale chests, too. Yes, we have platinum Gale chests. Do I have any regular Gale chests? Gale about to go platinum. Yes, there's a gold Gale chest. And he got a blue. Okay, but Gale's got platies. Where is it? Here we go. Platinum Gale chests. 14 of them. Let's go. We get a guaranteed shiny out of this. Gale's about to become one of our biggest champions. We're going to be changing our party. We got a blue and an epic out of the first one. I'll take it. He's going to be full blue. He's got one epic already. He'll have at least one more before this is over. Now he's duping. And we're getting more item levels. He's going to be so strong now. He's going to be our slot 1 go-to for pushing. There's the shiny. Come on, give us that epic. We ran the pity timer? We ran the pity timer for it. Oh, dang it. Oh, and it's ultimate attack damage? Garbage. Garbage. Level a piece of gear to 250. Oh, Gale's so strong now. Gale's our strongest champion in C1 now. Look at this. That went on Experience Sage, which we don't care about. That's Elminster Patron stuff. God dang it, game. Ugh. Yeah, Gale's now a guaranteed 173 average item levels. He's now guaranteed to be who we use in pushing parties. Man of the Lear asks, oh, we are in an ad break. I'll wait until the ad break's over. Good news is Gale's not going to pick up anything else from Electrums. So we got that going for us, which is good. How many am I up to? Oh, we can get another Froggy. Nice. Folks, we collected enough corrupted gems to get another frog. Get another frog. And honestly, now that we just blew Gale's gear out of the water, he's probably going to get one. Because I don't know that anybody's ever going to catch up to him in seat 1. Even with, like, Esmeralda will get 4 gold chests out of Tales of the Champions, but she ain't going to catch our boy Gale over here. So, he'll end up with one of them, probably. All right, questions from Mano Delir. Is it worth saving up Mojo component chests to hit the pity timer? No, pity timers are pointless. Yeah, epics don't mean anything. The type of pipe and its directionality matters more than its rarity. Rarity gives you the ability to get the higher level stuff, but running a pity timer doesn't really mean as much over there as it would, because, you know, just because it's epic doesn't mean it's good in the pipe game. Yeah. I'll tell you Batman says, I believe he never played WoW. I tried it twice and bailed pretty quickly. Both times. They tend to copy some games and add them as mini games to WoW. Plants vs. Zombies. I love Plants vs. Zombies, or I used to love Plants vs. Zombies. The original. Roguelike Terra Mode, housing. Yeah, I saw the housing thing. Surprised they didn't go for survivors. They might. Still. Blizzard has just the Blizzard's way of making games is to just copy someone else's thing, but dumb it down a little bit, cutesify it, and then put it, and then release it. Either in their games or as a new game. That's like Blizzard's, it feels like Blizzard's whole business plan. And obviously there's people that enjoy that. I just, honestly, I've tried so many Blizzard games over the year and just never, like, I remember playing, like, was it Warcraft 2, The Frozen Throne? Whatever the Frozen Throne one was. My roommates, when I was working at the after school program, were like, we're going to get this because we had a LAN in the house. Like, everybody had computers and everybody was hooked up to the thing, so we could do LANs just in the house between the roommates from our rooms. And they were like, we're getting this, like, you should get it too, and we can all play against each other. And I did, and then I regretted it because, man, while I enjoyed the general overall storyline, the PvP mode was a vastly different game that I did not enjoy at all. But that's the only, as Warcraft 3, okay, well, whatever. Frozen Throne, so yeah, all I remember is that we were playing the Frozen Throne thing. That's how little I remember about it. And then when WoW came out, it was, you know, a lot of shit went down in Star Wars Galaxies, and so, you know, people that were in my guild left, and then they were like, you should try it, so I tried it, and it was real bad. Like, at the start, it was real bad. It was so vastly different. Like, it was a railroad. You were railroaded. You if you couldn't complete the tasks set to you on the railroad, you couldn't progress in the game. And it was balanced in such a way back then that you needed groups to do it. So if you didn't start the game with a group of people, or at the same time a lot of other people were coming in, you couldn't progress. And their fix was like, well, just get somebody to make an alt and come down and help you through. And it's like, but people were busy playing their mains. They didn't want to stop, create an alt, like a new alt, to go back down and do that all the time. So I was just like, I'm out of here. This is the dumbest. I was like, after playing Star Wars Galaxies, which was a sandbox, you could level all kinds of different ways, and do all kinds of different things, like whatever you wanted. I was like, I'm out of here. This is dumb. And then many years later, when I was playing Warhammer Online: Age of Reckoning, the community manager there had been a big WoW player, to the point where, like, he was in a documentary about WoW players, like one of the main featured people. And he was like, "Oh, you should try it. They got a better intro now." And so I did, and the very early game was better. But then I got to a place where I was trying to do quests to progress, and some high-level player was bored and decided to come down and grief people and by killing the quest giver over and over and over again. So you couldn't turn in your quests and you couldn't progress in the game, and there was nothing you could do about it. And so I was like, well, I'm done. Like, this isn't a problem that should exist in whatever year that was. Like, this is ridiculous. So then I stopped. I never played it again. Like, that far into it's like it was so considered so successful and the one that everybody wanted to topple, and I was like, and it's still got this shit kind of stuff. They succeeded in spite of themselves. Where they polish the hell out of like StarCraft and Warcraft. But here's the thing: when I said what I said they take somebody else's IP and they change it and then use it. StarCraft is Space Marines, is Warhammer 40k Space Marines. That's what it's based off. Warcraft is Warhammer. They stole the Warhammer IPs and just kind of altered them because they wanted to make an official Warhammer game. That's where the Warcraft games came from. They wanted to make an official Warhammer game, and the company behind Warhammer that escapes me at the moment was like, no. And so they just changed it enough that they could get it past legal and did it anyway. That's where those came from. Did I play the Orc campaign in TFT? I don't know what that is. Is that Team Fight Tactics? Which would be no. I think that's isn't Team Fight wasn't that a Riot? Oh, the Frozen Throne. Oh, I see him throwing out two different things. I don't know if I did. I played whatever the story mode was. I liked the story modes. Well, to make an RTS, sure, but that's not. But again, they took somebody else's IP and just because they wanted to make it in that IP, and then they got shut down, and then yeah. Did I ever play the Neverwinter MMO? I did not. No. I didn't play like games just because they were D&D. Yeah, I mean, I don't think I ever have, but I mean, I played some occasionally, but yeah, it was never, that one never like, I don't know, drew me in. There was a time where I played, I would play one MMO and I would stick with it until, whatever, something happened. Maybe, well, so I started with Star Wars Galaxies. And the only reason I stopped playing Star Wars Galaxies was because all the changes, a bunch of people left. I took a break. I tried the original Guild Wars. I played all the way through to max and was like, I didn't enjoy this experience at all. I was playing it with someone else, and I was like, the only reason I played because they wanted to play, and I did not enjoy it. And then, so I went back to Star Wars, and then the people that I was playing with there, that were still around, they were like, we were trying to figure out like another game to play. They'd been following Vanguard Saga of Heroes. They were like, it's beautiful, it's going to have really cool crafting stuff, and blah, blah, blah. And I was like, well, I'm down. And so we went as a group to play Vanguard Saga of Heroes, which was gorgeous, but man, you had to have a high-level computer to even run it at the time. Like, it was one of those where it's like, well, if you don't have that, you shouldn't be playing it. And the crafting was super intense. I became a shipbuilder there, and it was like the hardest crafting in the game. I actually really enjoyed it. I really, really enjoyed how in-depth and
and how you needed stuff from lots of other crafter. Like I loved all that. I still love that kind of thing to this day. But then that game obviously had server merges, like a lot of games, like a lot of MMOs do, and it had housing as well. And when the servers merged, we all didn't get, like, we had all had really good housing plots, because it was one of those where you get a plot, but there's only a limited number of plots. And so we didn't get our housing plots, and the remerge, and we're like, well, why don't we just go back to Star Wars Galaxies? We had fun. And so we went back to Star Wars Galaxies. And then I was following a game called Pirates of the Burning Sea, which we've talked about here before. But in doing all this, I never played other games. Like I would buy other. I had an Xbox at one point. I would occasionally buy games, and then they'd sit unopened and not played, because I'm like, if I'm coming home and I'm playing again, I'm gonna play the MMO I'm playing. So I would get into just playing MMOs. So Star Wars Galaxies, Guild Wars, Vanguard. Okay. Oh, and then we went to Pirates of the Burning Sea. Again, with some of the people that we had hopped to Vanguard and then came back with. And we played that for a long time until they server merged. And then everything went downhill. And around that time, but also as that was happening, Warhammer Online Age of Reckoning came out. So we went to that because it had, realm versus realm, massive realm versus realm combat, kind of like Pirates of the Burning Sea had nation versus nation combat. And we were enjoying that, so we went and played that. And then I played nothing but that. I tried WoW, but I even tried Dark Age of Camelot going back, because that's the same company that made Dark Age of Camelot, and I was like, nope. I'm like, if I had played this a long time ago, I might have really gotten into it, but now it's just real bad. Like coming in fresh, it's real bad. It's a hot mess. Compared to, modern games. And then I played that until it shut down, basically. And then where did I go? We went to Rift. Played Rift for a little bit. And then I was like, I'm done with MMOs. Even though I had friends at they played Guild Wars 2 and like the alpha, like they brought us in because we were like a group of us that were like the core testers, which we tested for Warhammer Online Age of Reckoning. There was like a small group of people that got to test all the new content before it, major new content before it came out, did heavy, massive tests, and also just helped test PvP stuff and balance on the test servers. And so we got invited into the Guild Wars 2 alpha, specifically because they were trying to be the next big PvP thing. I played that one day and never had the urge to go back again. I was like, if they can't even get, if the tutorial, like the intro beginning thing, can't get me engaged enough to ever want to play again, I'm not testing this for you guys. I was out. And then I just kind of stopped playing MMOs. I didn't pick up another MMO really, like a real MMO, until I don't know, until about a month or two before the tree fell on my house. How long ago was that now? 2 years ago? A year and a half, 2 years ago now? And I picked up Destiny 2, and it was interesting. And then a tree fell on my house, and I was like, well, I don't think the world wants me to play Destiny 2. Yeah, so it just never came into the rotation. It was never something that, yeah, I don't know if it came out when I was just burnt out on MMOs or something. I don't know. So there's a leak about us sitting actually doing a Knights of the Old Republic 2 remake. Now the Knights of the Old Republic 1 remake is in a sort of development hell. Yeah, I don't know. I think anytime you're trying to, remake an old game, especially if it's around the Star Wars franchise, you're gonna, if you aren't aware of the headaches that's gonna potentially bring on, then you're in for trouble. Because I remember sitting down, went to Star Wars Galaxy's Fan Fest back in the day when it had its own Fan Fest in Anaheim. They had that, like at the Was it the Anaheim Convention Center or something, or I can't remember. Or was it no, it wasn't even the convention center. It was like the Anaheim Hilton or something. It was in a hotel. That's right, because they use like the hotel conference rooms and stuff, and then I remember at the end of the first day. Well, maybe it was it the first year I went or the second? I don't know. I think I went a couple of years. But I remember shutting down the bar in the hotel with the developers and just having conversation with them about stuff, and also meeting like the LucasArts liaison and hearing just the wildness of, well, before he showed up, hearing kind of the wildness of how rough it is to deal with that going on. And then, of course, since then, we've heard a lot more, now that NDAs have expired or people just don't care anymore, about how basically all the bad things that ever happened in Star Wars Galaxies that all got blamed on Electronic Arts were actually decisions by LucasArts, and that they were forced to do. Which is why, I mean, anytime you're dealing with a powerful IP, you never know what's going to happen. Right? People think it's just, oh, we'll get this IP, and when we can make amazing games and print money. And it's like, there's so much that goes on there. Like a story-based on the Secret. Well, I don't really do Secret World Legends and the Elder Scrolls Online. So I did play the Elder Scrolls Online for a little while, only because it was given to me free. And man, I tried. I tried. I played through a lot of it. All the paywalls were super annoying. Like, you pick up a quest and it takes you to a paywall. Like, it's literally a quest that literally exists to guide you to a paywall, and you can't complete it. You have to like drop it. But then that NPC quest giver is always going to have the little fucking thing over their head saying, I have a quest for you. And if you forget, then you're going back to the paywall again. It's I just couldn't. And also the fact that there aren't any dwarves. I mean, they already had that going against it. Yeah, but Shakira, it's not on the schedule. It's not on the schedule until next week. Maybe on the Twitch schedule, but it's not on the in the Discord. The 18th is the final one. They're not having any more until then. Yeah. But they just don't ever go in and change the Twitch schedule. So you can't ever go by that. Okay, I need one of these. Here's the problem right now. We're just churning through speed potions. We're not getting a whole lot of them in return. Paywall, you mean expansion content or DLC? That stuff, that's a paywall. Yeah. If you have to pay to do it, that's a paywall. Like, it's one thing to offer DLC. Like, let me put it this way. In the other MMOs I played, well, Star Wars Galaxy was really the only one that had DLC at that point. Yeah, before like paid DLC before I hit. I think if you think about it, all the other ones I had, they just added it to the world. And either you just couldn't get there, like Star Wars Galaxies, like there was stuff that you just, Well, there wasn't a quest that sent you there and rubbed it in your face that, haha, you don't have this DLC. And that's what it felt like in ESO. I get that it was DLC, but like the way they went about it, it's like they basically, it was anytime you'd comment on it, tons of people in the community would just be like, well, that's why you get the pass or whatever. And it's like, obviously you don't, like, you didn't need to comment. Shut your mouth. Like, oh, give them money regularly, but not then own anything. Sure, thanks. Everything about it just was like, it was frustrating. It just made it frustrating as a free-to-play player that was just like, I just want to play the base game and I want to play through. And then if I like it, I will get stuff, but stop rubbing it in my face that like, that I don't have this and putting these quest markers in. And it was really, yeah, it was just an unenjoyable experience for me. Mandalore says the only MMO that I stuck with is Lord of the Rings Online, which is a lot of dwarf content, like total of 4 entire expansions. Nice example of how it can be story-based and sandbox at the same time. Yeah, I don't know what it is about Lord of the Rings dwarves that I don't get excited about them. I think the only Lord of the Rings games I've enjoyed were the hold on, do I have those in here? I mean, I'll be in this list somewhere. They did those like RPG ones that were real good. With like the Nemesis system or whatever, wasn't that it? What the hell were those called? Shadow of Mordor, that's it. Those were good. Where the hell are those? Oh, here they are. Middle-earth Shadow of Mordor and Middle-earth Shadow of War. Those were really good. I like those. But those are like the only one. For some reason, those are the only Lord of the Rings games that I ever really enjoyed. And I don't get excited about the Lord of the Rings dwarves for some reason. Never have. Bama Dutch says I did Guild Wars and then Guild Wars 2 because I refused to pay a subscription for a game that I had to pay money for already. Wow. We started playing MMOs at different times, clearly. Fortunately, Guild Wars 2 never was stiff to WoW. But I mean, there's people that love Guild Wars 2, and that's fine. Ultimately, it comes down to, are there people that enjoy it? Good, they can play it. I just wasn't for me. But I mean, look, my first MMO was Star Wars Galaxies. You bought the game and then you paid $15 a month per character on the same server, right? Like, you didn't get to make alts on the same server. If you wanted all, it had to be on a different server. You could only have one character per server per subscription. So I bought the game twice. I was spending $30 a month so I could have 2 characters on the same server. $30 a month for years. Would I do that now? I mean, I don't know, for the right game, maybe, but that's not even something that games even consider nowadays. And then you wonder why games don't make as much money anymore. It's like, well, because you used to pay subscription fees to access live service games, and then you had to buy the DLC when it came out. And then if you wanted it on you wanted access on both your hands, you had to buy it twice. I did that repeatedly. But yeah, then those games have to go back and try to make things free to play, and then that's rough. Because the game wasn't designed to be that way originally. But it's been the big push now. All these remakes, is it the game version of Hollywood remakes where they did, honestly, a lot of times the community wants that game, but remastered, like a remastered version. To a certain degree, I like that because I would like to play the game again, but without the really bad UI, right? And maybe with updated graphics. I enjoyed it, but then sometimes going back and playing it is bad. So I like the Final Fantasy games. We played the Pixel remasters. They went back and they redid stuff. It just made it a little more enjoyable for everybody, and easier because in some situations you couldn't even get access to those games again. To play them again. Like, I wanted to play those, but the only way to play them was to get a Nintendo and those games, and that was so sometimes the remasters are great. Sometimes you get the later Final Fantasy ones where they basically change the whole art style of the whole game and maybe even some of the gameplay, and I don't even go near those. But yeah, I mean, to a certain degree, is it kind of like a Hollywood remake? Kind of. But a lot of times it's giving the community something they want, but other times it's not giving the community something they want. So it's just, I don't know, it's a bit subjective. Speaking of a Warner Brothers game, apparently Netflix didn't even consider Warner Brothers games in their merger offer because they view them as trash. Wow. I don't know. But yeah, I mean, games just, because of the way a lot of games work that need like a certain amount of people playing them for the game to work, like PvP games, MMOs and stuff, it started making a lot more sense to just have them be free to play than have people pay to play. And then you just make your money off DLC if people like it enough to spend the money, right? Because then you can get to that critical mass of the number of people for the game systems to function, right? Like PvP queues and stuff like that. When you're trying to get into, like, enter a queue to get people to play, like, and set up matchmaking and stuff, like, you need a lot of people. You can't rely on enough people buying the game to make that work. And then once these free-to-play games started making some of them started making lots of money, everybody was like, okay, well, this is how we have to do it. And then some of them got real predatory, right? Because, of course, it's always how it's going to work. Someone's always going to cross a line. Yeah. Yeah, I saw the Disney one, and now I gotta check. I meant to check before the stream started. Like, if I've watched all the Disney stuff that I want recently, because I'm gonna cancel that. I had a Disney Plus subscription because I like Disney. Normally I like Disney stuff, but now that they're going all in on AI, I'm gonna be like, no, I don't need that anymore in my life. Thanks. I could not subscribe to them for a while, and who knows, maybe they'll get the freaking clue if enough of us leave. They start filling lobbies with bots. Well, but honestly, I mean, that is a bots tend to, well, they're supposed to be, and the games that I've played where they've filled lobbies with bots, it's usually lower levels, because the reality is there's never tons of new people coming in. So it makes sense to have them feed you into bots if there aren't enough people loading in. But usually it's because the mass amount of people are usually at the top, right? Like with Trials of Mount Tiamat. Usually there's a lot of people at tier 10, but there aren't people at the lower levels. And so, in a game where you need matchmaking and stuff, yeah, throw in bots at the lower levels, because honestly, operative gameplay. People don't like hearing that, but if you don't know anything about a game, you're probably comparable to their bots. And hey, it's better. It's more, and if you're a little bit better than them, that's even better. If you're a little bit better than the bots, that's even better because then you're getting positive reinforcement. Hey, I'm doing well. Where did I experience this? Somebody I knew, someone I knew was like, I'm working at this game studio now. We're making a battle royale. It was like a Fortnite-esque game, battle royale, whatever kind of thing. And I was like, I've never even played one of those, man. And he's like, download Fortnite and play it, and then let me know. And I was like, okay. So I downloaded Fortnite. I tried it. Yeah, of course I'm like, oh, I'm killing all these people. And then I was like, no, I'm not. No, I'm not. I checked myself. No, I'm not. No, I'm not. These are all bots. These are absolutely all bots. I'm doing well as a new player. These are all bots. I think I played it for like one night and then I was like, okay, I get the idea of this now. I don't need to play them. Oh, well, I understand playing it. I had watched a lot of it because I'd had to moderate for unfortunately, a lot of Fortnite streams. Oh, we're going to 250? I didn't realize that. That's really going to churn through our potions. Especially when that's all they give me. Oh, there's a large potion. Get anything useful? King of Shadows. God dang this guy. King of Gear Stealing. That's what he's the king of. How many time gate pieces? What? Hank, buddy. God. The priority right now has to just be getting to Strahd, unlocking Strahd, and getting the time gate pieces from Strahd and Mert. I understand the argument of why, like, maybe you don't have to race for the time gate pieces now. Like, you don't have to race for the patron. Or, like, because Hank's giving you a lot, but I still think it's important people understand that Hank's going to run out eventually, and you want that consistent time gate piece from the patron, so get them done. And hey, all these time gate pieces, get your speed team together. The game's going to... Tales of the Champions is going to give you a pushing team. It's going to work early on. And be fine. You got to get your speed team together. Play Fortnite almost every day, but I spend my time in Legos. They're like, I've heard there's like different... You log into Fortnite, but then you choose different games to play inside Fortnite now. I don't even want to... Sure. I mean, look, that's how they're making tons of money. And how you keep making tons of money. You keep people logging into what feels like the same game, but then you skin it different. Fortnite's a new Roblox. I was going to make that comment, but I don't know if there's not enough child predators in Fortnite to live up to that comment. Did I just say that? I did. Yeah. Lego or guitar game or races? Wow. Hank gives all his time gate pieces. He's still any useful? Well, then he gets put in a background party. Then he's your background party farmer because he'll still give you a time gate piece every 3 days or whatever. 3 days. So he's still going to continue. It's just he's not going to dump tons on you like this. So he doesn't need to be in your active party at that point. Well, yeah, believe me, I wish I had just fallen in love with Fortnite because then I could have just created Fortnite content and I'd make probably a lot more money off my Epic Game Store code than I do now. Hopefully. That was one good thing that they did. Was doing the creator codes, which again got it start off Fortnite. Okay, so we got to 150 in 15 minutes. We should. I don't know if we can click. We can't click all the way to 250. We'll have to pop a fire breath potion. I mean, probably just now. Now is fine. We'll do it now. Check the apothecary. These can go. 3 of these can go. Those can go. Oh, both of those can go. I'll leave that because now we might need more. Oh, wait. That can go. All right. Not bad. Mm-hmm. 12 time gate pieces. On day 12, it's fitting. On the 12th day of Hank, miss my my Hank gave to me. 12 time gate pieces. I see a speed champ on 4, 5, and 8, so can't fill variant 3 Northern Party. I mean, he wants more. I mean, he has another qualifier there, but basically, you, if I remember correctly. But basically, you can't fill it. Yeah, then you have to have more favor. Like the way you overcome that is partially more favor in like tier 1 and tier 2, potentially tier 2, definitely tier 1. Or a lot more just overall account power in the higher tiers. Yeah. It happens. Yeah, strength 16 plus. Which for me is... Oh, it's not Carlock. She's at 15. Wow. Wow. Never mind. I think is Caddy Bree 16? No, she's at 15. She has a feat though, right? I think she has a feat for that. Oh yeah, well yeah, 1,000 is tier 3, so that's what I said. Favor is tier 1 and maybe tier 2. 3 needs a lot more power, so you know, this is why it's kind of bad that they put that core there. Another reason. Yet another reason. There's the main reason is just that you lock something behind events. And events are only once a year. I like now that we have Sword Coast completely done. Functionally, Tomb of Annihilation is completely done. I don't need this stuff. We can do everything we need to do without me ever getting these. I don't know that we'll ever do another run, like favor run in Sword Coast on this account. Still need to do a favor run here. Even though there's only 2 tiers, it does take a lot. Just tier 2 is E20. It's gonna take a while to get through this. Waterdeep, I mean, I think we're good because we don't need this one or this one really. We got through 3 and I don't know that we're ever going back to Waterdeep. So, you know. Yeah, and this one's so far out that it doesn't matter. We got what we were gonna get there. For now. Although now with Gale, we could probably get some more. This Gale is gonna be a beast. Absolute beast. We did get the epic for Archmage's Insight, so he's gonna do real well. And just the item levels. Now Crystal Ball got to 240. So random. 240 here, 74 here. How do you get Gale? It was a giveaway. It was like one of these epic giveaways, but from like last year. Basically, because I claimed it last year, because it's like this one where it's you claim it from the Epic Game Store and not in Idle Champions. Then when I do the account reset, it's still there because Epic says it is, and that it has to be because it's something you bought but you didn't buy it; it was free, right? So they have to give it to you. So I started the game with Gale, Carlock, and Halson. We didn't use any of their chests because I was waiting until we got green or better gear, and Gale was the first one to get green or better gear. Carlock's still 2 away. Halson's still 2 away, but they've also got similar chests waiting for them. So Carlock's got even more because they did that Carlock giveaway recently with the code. So once we can get green or better on our event champions, like look at all these chests. These are all these gold chests and these platinum ones are waiting on green or better gear. Where's Havilar at now? Oh, she's over here. No, I still need 2. Okay. Yeah, once we can get people up into blues, that's when they actually are strong. But they're so we're doing so much with them now, even in whites and greens and missing slots. Yeah. The big difference is I would have a lot more potions if I could open all those chests. A lot more potions, a lot more reagents. There's an electron. Lazel, okay. But that's not... oh, that is. Lazel's now green or better. All right, do we have Lazel chest? I don't know that... No, because we got her out of Tails, so she's not going to have a chest, right? Yeah, so no, nothing for Lazel. She'll get her blues... Well, when we go back and do variant 1, we still haven't done any of the first variants in Tails. She'll get 4 chests, and she needs 4 blues, so... If the epic falls correctly, she will be fine. Yeah, I mean, like I said, we got to go back to Tails at some point. It just hasn't been a priority, because until they were in greens, I was like, not going to open them anyway. Where's Guide to Mastery Challenge? What? What are you talking about? This weekend is Garwa's Guide to Simro Part 2. The 20th will get announced next Monday. But I wouldn't make assumptions about some random thing that they added to events and didn't tell anybody about.
That's the right thing. Where's it? Come on. Yeah, that's definitely not the 20th or the 27th. That was just never on the schedule. That wasn't something that they shared with marketing, so that wasn't something that got put in for me to potentially do. So. But if people ask questions, hopefully I've got something to tell them. I don't know. Maybe. Maybe not. We'll see. Melf only needs one. One more. Have all 6 of his items. Yeah. So 2 15-minute potions get us all the way to 250. We just can't click all the way there. That's good to know. Well, so we know that Tails drops at the end of the month, and I always do a Tails one, so it's safe to assume that the end of the month one is going to be Tails, right? And then in between there, yeah, it's the we talked about it before, the gem farming one. And then after that, the first one next year is the gold farming one, I believe, before the event starts. All right, and now, so we went from here up to here, and then over to here, and then now we're down here, backtracking through Barovia, as opposed to backpacking. That's the joke. Oops. All right, 2 chests. Large potion of clairvoyance. Medium potion of speed. Yeah. 13 time gate pieces now. Freaking Hank. Freaking Hank. Hank out here hanking. Hank out here hanking. I have nothing to do with the end of February with no Tails drops. I don't even know if we... That sounds like a 2026 Dylan and Garwar problem. Yeah, ironically, I have everything up to the 21st, the last thing for February. I have empty. Yeah. So at least apparently I knew about that. And we left it play. Yeah, I mean, I have everything mapped out through February 21st. Like everything that I'm doing for tutorial shows is through February 21st.
So, you know. It's quite a bit of time to have planned ahead. You can fill in. And there's some things that can move around if something pops up, but yeah. Like if they had changed their mind and if Dylan had been like, hey, do you want to do the mastery thing? Like if it was like, we don't even know what it is or how big it is. It might not even be worth a whole tutorial show. But that could have happened. The minimum DPS needed for 1,000 depends on the campaign. Saw the Volo familiar. There's a Volo familiar? Like a Trials rework? I mean, whenever that happens, yeah, there'll have to be a tutorial show on it. I would I think I'd be more interested in a Volvo familiar than a Volo familiar. Did they put out a Volo familiar? I don't know. Hey, the Rainbow Guardian familiar pack is only $3.59 US. One of the rare cash ones because it was originally a fundraiser, but now it's just cash. Get yourself a $3.59 familiar. What else? Ooh, the 6X Choose Your Champion starter pack is on sale? Oh, I got this one. A Volo voodoo doll would be hilarious. Like it was Volo, but there were pins in it. Don't we have a voodoo doll? I don't know. I have this set. Wasn't there something with pins in it? You don't have that familiar offer? You might have the familiar. Did you buy it already? I bought it on my main, so I wouldn't see that offer. Am I thinking of something else? I might be. I love the Boo, armored Boo on an eyeball. What is this one? Oh, the Scry guy. I'm not seeing it. I must be thinking about something else. Hold on. Usually if you have something already and it goes on sale, they usually give you like a free chest though, so. I don't know. Ooh, maybe it's an Epic only sale? That would be weird. But, yeah, it could happen. You don't see the 6X since you're about the 1 or 3X? I thought they were just all listed. That seems weird. But, well, maybe you do have to buy one to get the 6 to show up. Because obviously I bought the 3 one on this account the last time around. Test out how starting with that would change things. And then on my main, someone gifted me the 1X one. Because it's a cash thing, it's a giftable DLC. I think it might be a resolution thing because there's room down here on my resolution for 3, which is why I always figured it would show up like 1, 3, 6. But yeah, if you have a squished down resolution, it might not show up. Did I not? No. I'm like, why is this taking so long? I didn't put these in. Jesus, Garwar. What the hell? Is my full name Jesus Garwar? It's Jesus C. Garwar. But it's just C. It's just the initial C. It's not, you know. C doesn't stand for anything. But people like to fill in. So. No, not even spelled out. It's just C. Just C. I can't remember how many more we have to go. I'm really hoping we can get this done today. I know there's another adventure node. It's up here. But I can't remember if there's multiple adventures here or if we go from here all the way up to here. And it's this adventure node that's going to have the... I think it's got 2 adventures there, but it maybe. It's the one that has what we're looking for in it, though. I mean, at this point, with 12 time gate pieces, I mean, the quickest way to split the party two would be to flex one person and then time gate another and then unlock whoever is the quickest to unlock from the evergreen list. No, we lost Spurt because it's day 12. Spurt was a day 11. 11 days! Meme pull only. But I still feel like the best way to do this is to wait until we figure out which evergreen well, I mean, we're going to try the Blueshy thing. So if we do unlock Blueshy, then we time gate a 6. Well, no. Wait, hold on. Then we time gate a 12 and flex a 6. Yeah, because we can't time gate a 6. Well, I'm just saying the fastest way would be to flex and time gate while unlocking an evergreen. And the evergreen would then either be Blueshy or Azaka, whichever one you wanted to chase. But if you pick Blueshy, then you have to time gate a 12 and flex a 6. If you pick Azaka, you can flex either the 2 or the 6 and then time gate either the 2 or the 6. It's better options there. But you all wanted me to go after Blueshy, so that changes our options. Because once we have a second Modron core, we can spin up that background party to just constantly cycle Runor through patron challenges in a patron free play. And we'll get a trickle of gems and some currency that we can use for time gate pieces. Oh, King of Shadows again. Seriously, what the hell? What the hell? He's pulled are greens. He's pulled 5 greens in a row. What the hell? Yeah, we know, Crazord. Thanks for looking out. That's, yeah, that was literally what I was looking at. We got King of Shadows as part of that, and he's already stolen 5 greens. The rest of my event shares stolen, I tell you. What's cozy about the Dark Urge? His skin. He's got a warm hat. He's got a ugly Christmas sweater on. He's got a scarf. Yeah. Hands covered in blood, but you know. But yeah, that's the cozy skin. I think it was called the Dark Urge Party Pack, but you get a skin. Could have been a Grinch skin. It could have been. Yeah. Probably would have been better as a Grinch skin, but oh well. Shevik, I don't stay up and watch late night TV, but I did watch I watched that clip you posted and then one of the others from that interview. Yeah. I don't generally watch late night talk show stuff, so. Well, it was holly. It wasn't. I thought it was mistletoe, and I was wrong because mistletoe is the white balls. Holly is the red, but I mean, is holly poisonous too? Yeah, it could be. Yeah, if you ate it, yeah. But yeah, I was thinking it was mistletoe, and it's holly. Oh, dang it. Yeah, we were talking yesterday. It's was it deck the Halson with boughs of holly. Fa la 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 la. How do we fit the dark Urge in there? I don't know. Got spooked to see a team up pop up at the end of the Avernus campaign, but I guess it's different from the encounter with Hank. Vastly different. Yeah, that's what I thought. People were like, "Oh, the Tiamat and Hank's is pretty rough." And I'm like, "Oh, did they move it there too?" But no, they made their different version. Yeah, two different things. It is challenging. The Avernus Tiamat is challenging, but it's not the same 90% health, like guaranteed health thing that the rest is. Yeah, the one in Tiamat is a DPS race. Because if you're not killing it fast enough, if you're not killing her fast enough, or if you don't kill all the heads fast enough, they will regenerate and pop back out to continue to battle you. So if you're doing it like if you're trying like a slow and steady, it just doesn't work. It's gotta be. It's a race. You gotta go. You gotta be survivable and fast. I probably, but you never know. Yeah. Well, Hitch's Ricochet. We don't use him anymore though, so. But hey, he's got 3 epics now. We're gonna need 2 more. I might as well prep those now. How much? 22 more to go. Went ahead and canceled my Disney Plus subscription because I checked and it was about to renew for another month. I was like, nope, nope. And they're like, well, why do you want to cancel? It's like, I don't want to support companies that use generative AI. Enjoy. So someone posts, they're like, Disney's entering their slop era. Like, you know. Yeah. Be real careful about anything they produce. Hey, Freely just got his last piece of gear. And it was a blue. Okay, that's progress. Esmeralda got her last piece of gear. As a green, that's progress. We're down into the 30s again. Nice. So Esmeralda, do we have we wouldn't have Esmeralda chests because that was Tales of the Champions. Freely is not all greens though, so we can't pop chests for Freely yet. But at least he's geared. At least he's geared. Hey, Lediath. Welcome to the wild and wacky world of modern Isle champions. New account going well. It feels like too well. It's kind of a race to try to make sense of everything. So it's on Epic, and Epic just had another giveaway today, which put me at 38 champions unlocked, which meant I had to stop what I was doing and go prep for Strahd, which It was real fast. Here we go. Okay. Excavating history. So we left our other silly thing we were doing, which was trying to race to Belushi, which was also silly and ridiculous, but yeah, it's all of this just seems silly and ridiculous. It really does. It's just the amount of power and the number of champions and the amount of power you can get. And I'm sitting on 13 time gate pieces because I've been trying to rush through this. So and I haven't flexed it, and I haven't flexed anyone in the event yet. So it's a little, the champion acquisition is a little wild. And I'm still trying to get to like, just get everybody into green or better gear. Just get everybody all their gear slots. But they're just, even with Diana trying to scavenge electrums, I mean, she's definitely putting in work, but it's like, they're not coming in fast enough. There's another green. Okay. Yeah, I just need more electrum chests. Need more electrum chests. And I've been holding on to power. Like, I've got all these golds because I'm waiting to get to green or better, which is never something I would recommend to anybody. Just get the power right away. But our Gale went from like nothing to green to full greens, and now he's item level 173 with 2 purples and 4 blues, and one of them shiny. It's like, now we're strongest champion in seat 1 by a mile, right? And all the time we're still slowly trying to chase full epic. It's a long, hard battle. I did finally get the last piece for Eliwick, and we dumped 3 or 4, I can't remember what it was, legendary blacksmithing contracts into her, so she's now 81. But now I'm like, I wanted to dump the rest into, I just wanted to get her above 50, and then I was going to dump the rest into Diana, but Diana just can't get this item because all these other champions are like, no, you can't have it. All these new ones, we just got the just got King of Shadows today in the giveaway, and he's already stolen 5 greens. And where's Valentine's stolen the 3? Like, all, like, she could have had it. She could have been a contender. It could have happened by now, but no. Well, no, it's just I wanted the greens to go somewhere else, but for some reason King of Shadows has them. All he's gotten is green drops. He's gotten 5 green drops. He didn't even get a white. He's just like, nope. Anytime a green goes to drop, it's like, that's mine now. That's my green. It's a jerk. It's a jerk. Stealing greens like a boss. But yeah, it's really weird. This run is really weird. And yesterday I was trying to wrap my head around how do I change the new player reference, and it's like, I feel like I have to just rebuild it from scratch because it's a very different thing now. Everything is very different. and it's more like a flow chart and checking where you are in the flow chart like every single time you get something now. It feels weird. Okay, so blue bracers for Virgil. No, he's in no, we already had a green. Okay. No progress. But we have what? E25 favor in Torms, E21 in Kellamvor. We're done with Helm, and we're never going back to Waterdeep, probably. We have E27 in Coralons for Witchlight. To try to chase Belushi. Oh, there's another time gate piece. Now we're up to 14. God damn it, Hank. Oh, it's just, yeah, it's an overwhelming. You know, they talked about they didn't want to do things that overwhelm new players. Too late. They did. They did it. They did it. Yeah. So, I mean, I think it's amazing for new players that you get to come in the game, get all these champions, and honestly, you shouldn't struggle for a while. But the problem with that is then when you start struggling, you don't know how to fix it at all because you haven't been playing the game like in a way that would have kind of walked you through the things. And yeah, somewhat. I mean, the game doesn't even do a great job of that, but at least before it was, you know, you have to follow kind of certain things to build up the power to even do stuff and move forward. Now it's like, no, you just skip ahead to Witchlight. You can go from Tomb of Annihilation to just Witchlight. Like, okay, sure. Yeah, we got the last piece of gear on Eliwick and dumped a bunch of contracts on. Thank goodness for the active tracker and the guide quests to keep new players on track. Oh, active tasks. Excuse me. I don't even know what it's called because I hate it. Striathon allows you have to consider the new player would have opened all the chests. Yeah, sure, but that's not changing this issue. Gameplay is different than a new player. Well, the issue isn't that they would have opened the chest. Again, like I said, you come in with power and move through, right? The issue is that like when people ask questions about like what should I be doing right now, I don't know that there's a good answer. There aren't straightforward answers anymore, and it was helpful when there were straightforward answers. Someone on Discord just asked what to do with all the chests that they've hoarded. Yeah, I don't understand the chest hoarding thing. Just open the chest. This was a silly thing that I just did because some people say to do that, and I was like, no. It always just gut response was no, just open your chests. And now that I've tried it, I was right. Just open the chest. Just open the chest. Oh, I forgot again. I forgot to freaking... Dang it. Dang it, Bobby. There's no Bobby. It's just me. It's just me. It's just me making the mistakes. All right, we're back in the break. So yeah, I think Strythamel, I think just, new players should open their chests. That doesn't change the problem that I'm seeing where like established players can't help you anymore. Like there's so many questions that now have to be asked to determine where somebody's at that it's like, again, it's basically, I'm worried that to make an effective new player reference, I have to create a flow chart. It feels that's just, I don't know. It's not, I mean, it's a kind of, it's almost like a good, I don't know if it's a good problem. I mean, look, again, I think you end up with so much power that you're not going to struggle as a new player for a while. So even so, you're not going to stumble around and make as many, you know, potentially like bashing a head against a wall mistakes. You're still going to hit that point. I think it's just going to be around the mid game. We haven't had people ask the devs to make the game harder for a while. Do you think it's time again? No. I feel like a lot of the champions that came out recently have vastly overpowered account power. Well, if you're newer and you pick them up, but even without that, like I mean, I didn't come in on an event. We came in after an event. So then we get Lark, who I don't think is vastly overpowered. Then Nordum's strong. Even on a new account, Nordum is like over here. Nordum's our buffer of choice at the moment. It might become King of Shadows now, though. But an item level 4 Nordum with this kind of garbage gear was buffing better than anyone else in his seat. So his reworked worked, right? But it's just that there's so much power in Tales of the Champions, and then they're also doing giveaways fairly regularly that you just get a ton of power, right? Because it's not like the game itself is giving you the power. It's not. It's the giveaways, and it's Tales of the Champions. Tales of the Champions, of which, again, I didn't do any of the variants. I haven't even attempted any of the variants. So we were using, you know, naked champions, and it was still so much power. But I don't necessarily have a problem with making early and mid game content trivial. What I have a problem with is that, like, what's the, you know, how do you get, like, how do you tell somebody like that wants to know what's the best way to move through the early and mid game now? And I'm having trouble figuring that out. Because the amount of power just changes everything. So, like, you know, I'm like, okay, where should I be heading next? Well, normally it's a very easy to figure out path. But because we're accruing champions so quick, now I'm scrambling all over the place to get prepped for patrons and unlock patrons. And then you've got to stop and do some patron stuff and then go back to the regular. And then, oh God, it's a time gate again. And oh God, it's another time gate again. Hank, why are you doing this to me? Like, it's a, you know, it's a good thing, but it's like suddenly, like, the overall game progress starts to grind to a halt, and you start becoming like you're like chained to these patron unlock requirements. That's kind of, I think that's the new milestone thing, is more trying to get your requirements for patrons done in a certain sense, because you're going to accrue champions so quickly. Don't think there's a best way anymore. I mean, I just think there isn't. I think there is a best way. I don't think there's, and it's not even about best. It's just, is there an efficient way that feels good? I think there's an efficient way that feels good. I just think it requires, like, there's so many things that have to align now that makes things somewhat problematic. And then when I try to put it into a guide and explain that, like, it's not going to be as easy to understand. And if I just leave that out and I just give someone a path, then people are going to talk shit and say the guide's bad. But like, they're not out there trying to make a guide that makes sense. Like they don't understand. Parents just don't understand. No. But yeah, like, it's rough right now. This is trying to make sense of all this and in a way that would make sense to someone that doesn't know anything about the game is now challenging. We went 100 areas in 5 minutes? Did I need? Well, yeah, we needed Give me 2 weeks to actually prioritize trials after chasing the usual stuff. I mean, at this point, with the power I have, I should be racing to trials. And honestly, I mean, you know, we're gonna unlock Strahd, and then we're gonna do Mert and Strahd patron variants to get their influence in currency, so I can get their time gate pieces. Then, I mean, I committed to trying to do Blushi as a challenge on this account. So then it's chase Blushi, but I think if we weren't doing the Blushi thing, I would be getting done with this, getting their patron stuff done, grabbing those 2 time gate champions, flexing someone, grabbing a time gate champion, going straight to Avernus to try to race through it to get to trials, because we've got the power for trials. We could climb the ranks of trials pretty quickly on this account already. I would consider just writing some smut for community consumption. I'm not sure that would go over well if I posted that on the subreddit. Could I? Yes. Should I? Probably not. Probably not. That seems like a Patreon thing. Hey, gotta have it all. Avalar's got 6 pieces of gear. Oh, and we got the Zuni, the lost pup. The white though. We need her in greens. I've got chests. I've got like a group chest, like a weekend chest that has her name on it. You want her in green first. And you see why Volo has so much trouble? Yeah, you better run. You better run after that call, man. Won't they talk shit either way? Well, it's easier to ignore them when I know I did a good job and they can just shove it. But when I'm worried that, oh God, yeah, I think this is not great, then it's like, have a linear path, maybe just which things are more important. Well, I kind of tried to do that when you're able to. I kind of tried to do that the last time I reworked it. I had certain milestones that were set, but then I had things that I was like, you know, looking ahead to prepare for. And man, there were some complaints about that. It's like, I don't know. Yeah, I had planning ahead, which is basically like, hey, heads up, this could come up at any time from this point forward. Be ready for it. Like, that's what I was trying to do. And yeah, people don't like that as much as just giving them clear, concise directions and steps to follow. Yeah. Some people, yeah, it was fine for you. That's great. But there were definitely some people who were like, I don't know what, this is weird. I don't know what I'm supposed to do with that. It's like, you're just supposed to read it. Read it and comprehend it. That's the whole guide. You just got to read and comprehend. But yeah, people just want to. They just want to follow steps. So I was hoping maybe we could come up with steps, but now I'm not even sure. I'm going to have to kind of start over. I'm going to have to just kind of rebuild like an order and a kind of things to, you know, where things would be. And yeah, it's going to take more work than I was expecting. When should you go post soft cap? Oh, you mean over? Well, once you can get, you have to get a lot of favor. We just did this yesterday, actually. I hit E27 favor and Coralons, right? Around E27s or so, mid E20s, you'll be able to level up. You want to stop and level up all your characters. Go past the double up arrows, figure out what they're. Oh, here I could probably demonstrate. Hold on, let me pull up the Dark Arch because we won't have done this yet for him. But you need to go, like, he has to get us to a certain level to unlock feats. But then even if you get him all the way up to the soft cap, like here's the third one, there will be a fourth one that's past the soft cap, right? So you have to unlock and just go up to that, but you don't want to spend too much gold because you got to do it for everybody. But you do it for everyone once, but it takes usually a good deep run where you're up in that high favor range. I mean, the deep run that I went on is what got me E27 favor. So I don't remember what we had before that, maybe E18s, E19s, but we went real deep on a favor run, and that got us there. So you kind of just got to do it at that point. Like that's the idea. I'm like, what do we want to put on this guy? I'll do this. And then anytime you get new champions, you're going to have to do it again just for those new champions, right? But, you know, only like when you're doing a deep favor run, unless you're soft capping on every run. Eventually you will do, but... Oh, I don't... E35 favors on what area? On what area? All kinds of favors soft cap you. I'm soft cap. I just said we were in like, I don't know what we were at Coralon's favor. It wasn't E35 because I'm at E27 now, but the run that got us E27, I soft capped all the champions, over leveled them, got them all their feat slots. So it isn't E35. Definitely not E35. That's over. That's way past where you could get everyone their fourth feat slots. So that's really the only time you need to go past the soft cap on a champion. You're not getting much power at all over leveling them early on. When you've got, you know, E100s values of favor, like E100, E200 favor, like you can over level and get some power out of it, but it doesn't matter otherwise. Not really that much. The only time you would then do it is like if you're on the final boss of a variant, and you almost have enough power to defeat it, you might as well try. Right? You might as well try to over level your DPS champion. Is deep water the way to Barovia? I don't know what deep water is. Oh, water deep. Oh God, they put it backwards. Okay. It's here. Yes. So you come down to this node above water deep. We're not actually at water deep. And you do all the way to supply run, and then when these arrows show up, you go up to here to the Mists of Ravenloft. That's how you get into Barovia. Another reason they got to stop translating words that are proper names, proper nouns. I have E35 favor for event stuff, and I'm hitting wall just shy of tier 3 for event stuff. Yeah, it's you know, you've got the favor you need to complete tiers 1 and 2, but favor is not enough for you. Can't just get through tier 3 on favor alone. You got to have all kinds of other power. So that's not going to be enough to get you through. Even more favor wouldn't get you through tier 3. Now I see that comment in context. But yeah, you've got over, you know, yeah, if you're area 888 to get to, and you're trying to get to 1,000, and yeah, that's, you know, 100 areas of progress comes from like a level 15 full epic modest core has over 100 areas of power in it. So that's the kind of a power equivalently you're looking for. It takes like an entire core to get there. Or like if you didn't have it equipped and we're getting to 888, or it takes legendary power, like legendary effects and leveling them up, and yeah, got to be that kind of stuff. You did the reverse. It's literally Waterdeep. Okay, good. Waterdeep is the name of the city. Programmer says, when I pick a flex shaped event, I don't even look at the feats and other rewards because as a new player, no way I can get them right. So here's the thing. Nordum's Nordum's tier 2 reward is like 3 Modron component chests. You could get tier 1 and like this is my first event. I've got enough power to get through tier 2. I don't think I can get I know I can't get tier 3. So you can get, like, if it's in tier 1 and 2, and sometimes they do have permanent rewards, sure, but 3 and 4, no. Not at all. Yeah, so that's not something to consider when you're flexing, when you're newer. You have to know, like, how far can I go? And then that's, you know, that's what you're considering. Avalar works well with Mehen. That's because Mehen's her dad. Mehen is her dad. Mehen is Havalar's dad. They're made to work well together. Oh, we need to stop that. So excavating history is the first adventure here and the final node for Barovia. The next adventure is towering expectations. So the next adventure is the one that gets us out of this place. And I don't know that if we're going to finish it on stream. Well, we're going to try. I might spend a little extra speed to make it happen. Yeah, probably. Just so tomorrow we can start with just straight into patron stuff. Straight out of patron. That's not the album. That's not the name of that album. Right. Another purple heroism. After not having had any in 12 days, we get 2. Or in 11 days, we get 2 in the 12. Yeah, folks, what you gotta, I mean, look, you're talking about, ooh, these champions, like their variants are rough, like, well, but they're not rough in tier 1. They're rough in higher tiers. And what you have to understand is a lot of the champions in the game, their variants were designed back when there only was 1 tier. So they were never meant to go further. And so when they changed events and they made events go 4 tiers and you know, you're taking that same restriction way further, yeah, it made some absolute beasts. And they're not going to change that. They just make sure that they're doable for people with lots of power. But that does mean it's going to halt some of your progress in event stuff. And that's just they're fine with that. They've made that kind of clear. Like, as long as they feel it's doable if you have enough power, then they're fine. Because you're not meant to do everything when you're newer. Even in the mid game, you're not meant to do everything. It's a long-term progress mechanic. It's like a measurement system for how well you've developed your overall account. Chopped your beard. It's now short. May actually go for the new year. Ooh, I don't know about the whole going thing, but but you do you. I did that once and I regretted it. I hid in my room for like 2 weeks until I got a decent stubble back, like a decent solid stubble back in. Tier 2 was very doable during my first event. Good. That means you came in swinging. Tier 3 was a struggle in my second event. Yeah, because I mean, look, before we started getting all this power and tails, like tier 1 was the new player completion. Tier 2 was maybe 2 or 3 events in. You'd complete tier 2. Tier 3 was like, you know, like many months in. And still is. Like, they haven't changed anything about tier 3, but putting Tails in the Champions in makes it so that you get through. Tier 1 is a breeze, tier 2 then is easy. And yeah, you're going to hit a wall in tier 3 because tier 3 has always been about more than just favor. Yeah. Or even more than just favor or champion power with the gear you'd have when you kind of get there. And now you're getting there under geared, right? Comparatively to what you used to be. Like you have to develop more of your account, and as we're seeing here, I just haven't had time to. Like, it's a time thing. That's why we wanted to get the Modron core running as quickly as possible. And we're still, I mean, you know, we're only at level 2. It's not even the right core. I want the fast core, but those are things that just, you have to then slow down and do other. You have to just kind of ignore those things and accept that you're going to be at tier 2 for a while you develop all this other power. Yeah. Just one of those things. It feels frustrating because you're like, well, I flew through tier 1 and tier 2, and then suddenly tier 3 seems impossible. It's like, because they made things way too easy. They gave so much power. Well, not way too easy. It's fine. They've given you a lot of power, but they haven't properly presented the expectations. There's no real way to know, like, outside of my guide, like, what is it that you're chasing for tier 3? There isn't anything in game that tells you. And so you run earlier into the false sense of support from favor, like, well, I just need to grind more favor because that worked for the first 2 tiers, but it doesn't mean anything after the first 2 tiers. Not really. You can kind of measure how much power you have by how much favor you've gained, but the favor isn't giving you that power anymore. Once you can soft cap, the favor doesn't. The favor gain is for other purposes at that point, and it's not for getting you progress. Real threat now is to drown and things to do. Yeah, I'm flailing around. I'm flailing. I'm like, where should I be? And I'm making, I'm not going to say bad choices, but I'm definitely feeling like, oh, I could have made a better choice. But at the end of the day, it's like, but I'm still flying through the game. So, yeah, like we're doing things I never would have even considered, even just the last time. And the last time was a cash playthrough, like the pick 3 playthrough where I paid for 3 champions right out the bat with those scrolls. And we got like a daily boost for a month. So yeah, this account playthrough is even more powerful than that one. And that felt wild because we were flying so quickly through it. This is way faster. Way faster. Which just kind of, where are you even supposed to go? What are you supposed to do? I don't know. All right, powering expectations. 250. Now the challenge here is that the boss is Strahd von Zarovich, the vampire, and so he's I don't think he's the 50. I think he's like 45 or something. I don't remember. We'll find out. But if he hits you, he walks up and smacks your party. He's an armored boss. If he walks up and hits your party, he heals to full. That's Strahd. That's just the way he works. And so this is about crowd control or having somebody that can make it so he can't heal. Man. Okay, we need... I was going to do one of these because we're going to be silly here, and we're going to throw one of these and one of these because I have a bunch of them. Get out of here with your face. I don't want to see you. Get out of here. Get out of here. Get. Go on, get. Soft capping the event, still trying to figure out formations and synergies. Yeah, and that's the best use. That's the best thing to do. Like pushes if you once you get to soft cap, you push all the way as far as you can go until you're dying, and then you start swapping, like level up all your champions. Try out combinations. See what happens. You know, read how they work. See what you might be able to change to do better, because that's the only way you know. And you know, and if you've gotten new gear and stuff, like that's going to potentially change things, and yeah. I think I have 6 more time gates I can do. Oh, good lord. Yeah, and then you got 6 more champions that don't have any gear, really. That's wild. Honestly, I feel like if you haven't built out a speed team, that's the more important thing. If you've got that kind of power, your power team is just fine. And I realize that you want to push it further, but you got to get the Modron core rolling. You got to get legendaries rolling, and legendaries need to be on epic champions. And I don't know, get that speed team rolling so that you can get bounty contracts, so you can epic out champions in events. You also have blacksmithing contracts that you can put item levels into champions. Because I don't know what like your item level floor is, which if you don't have one yet, you need to start thinking about one. Oh yeah, here's Strawn. So far we're knocking him back well with Hank. Let's see, what's the 50? Is it him again? 45 is the one where the lady stabs him in the back. No, it's a bear. Okay. The 45 is the one that's rough. So like, you know, getting everyone up to like I like to start with my speed team, but getting them all up to average item level 50 or better, and then do the power team, and then average item level 100 or better, because 100 is an actual solid breakpoint for power. 100 average item levels. Well, 100 levels on each item, but you just aim for 100 average item levels and it's close enough. And you get that from blacksmithing contracts, right? So, but just on your event champion. Everybody, the other champions will get it naturally. Like, what's our Bruno at now? Bruno's only at 25, so we haven't distributed a ton naturally, but they'll level up on their own. No, it's still early. How important do you feel the scrolls of summoning are comparing the start of these playthroughs? I mean, I think you're just racing through even faster. I think now it is like having Eliwick and Diana immediately would have made this easier. Waiting to get them made it rougher. Like I just knowing, like it was rough because we just couldn't gear anyone up. So having Eliwick and Diana faster would have been better. So there's two champions in a pick 3. The third one I still think is Shandy. Now that I'm playing through, I think the third one's Shandy. Just for the whole game speed up that she gives, like a speed potion. But if someone knows they want to start off with Carlock, then you pick Carlock. Yeah. Did I do a... No, okay, so I do need to do this. All right, we're back. So again, how important do I feel scrolls of summoning are? So the 3 packs, like you either get a 1x scroll of summoning, a 3x, or a 6x from the shop. Again, I think it's strong. I think this would have felt a lot better if I'd had Eliwick and Diana at the start. And I think the third is Shandy. I think if somebody knows they want to be a Carlock main, then they do. Oh, they broke. Come on. Then they do like Eliwick, Diana, and Shandy, or excuse me, Eliwick, Diana, and Karlach. You just know that you want to be Karlach DPS through the early game and the mid game. But if you don't, then you just go Shandy so that you can go faster. Okay, now we're having problems. Okay, now we got a okay, got him. Yeah, he hit our party once and healed to full. So Hank can do this. Hank's not bad. We have ultimates that can help. Diana's can knock back. Hank's can knock. We have a lot of stuns. We're gonna need those later. But so far, so good here. So yeah, I think it would have just. I think having those scrolls of summoning like before, it just smooths things over. It's not so much for the champions or their power. It's for what they're delivering. So gems with Eliwick, Electrum chests with Diana. Just so we can start gearing people up faster. And then I think speed with Shandy, just so you're completing stuff faster. And yeah, she makes your potions use more efficient. So yeah, the scrolls specifically here, I've got one in my inventory. I've got 3. Using this scroll allows you to lock any event champion. For that champion, you will collect full uncommon gear, so full whites, 6 platinum chests, right? And a golden epic, which is like the basic golden epic for a champion. It's usually like an all damage thing or something, all champs damage thing. So basically, you're guaranteed an epic piece of gear. Well, you're guaranteed 2 epic pieces of gear. You're guaranteed 1 from the golden epic. Oh, it is full greens. My bad. Full greens. Yes, common is white, uncommon is green. My bad. So full green gear, 6 platinum chests. Now the 6 platinum chests with full, on the back of full green gear means you're gonna be blue or better gear by the time you open all 6 chests. So you get a golden immediately. So you're a golden and 5 greens, like an epic golden and 5 greens, and then out of those 6 platinum chests, you're guaranteed at least 1 more epic. And then the rest will be green. So you come in with, basically with one of these, you come in with 2 epics and 4 blues at minimum. And some decent item levels. It's not amazing off 6 plats, but it's fine. You're relying more on the multipliers just from the higher gear rarity, right? So it's pretty solid. It's pretty solid. It's nicer if you're picking champions that need gear and item levels like Diana and Eliwick. But I'd still throw it on Shandy because even though we don't need the gear for her, she has buffs. It's just gonna make her a little stronger. So when you're speeding, you're completing stuff like it doesn't affect her speed effect, but it affects her buffs. So she's just a better support. So that the formation will push further when it's speeding. Yeah. I don't think I do Human. I just don't think it's worth it. I don't think it's I don't think they're as worth it right out the gate. They're a little confusing. Shandy's real straightforward. You got to keep that in mind too. I mean, it's not even a half decent gear champ. It's a fully geared champ. Like if you were just in pure blues, you have a fully geared champ that's ready to rock and will carry you through the mid game. It's just nice that you end up with 2 epics. Like that's bonus. And one of them's golden. Not gonna matter much that early. But yeah, Shandy's the better speed champion at the beginning of the game and for quite a while than Lark is going to be. So far, we're not having issues with Strahd, which is good. Which is good. Because he's a segmented health champion, I would rather have someone that's a multi-hitter than Minsk in, but we're doing fine so far. I think that's going to be what Causes us maybe a little problems at some point. We'll see. I think with our ultimates we'll be fine. Oh, is he hit based? I thought he was armored. Is it just the armored straw that joins us in events? It might be. That might be why I see him more often than I see this one, so. That Strahd is definitely hit based. So the 85 Strahd is hit based. Trials amount team has a high priority. You want to start it, or you want to do it right away. Yeah. It's, you know, currently it cycles. What are these? These guys are fake images, and they're hit based. Where's the real one? There's the real one. Real one is armored. Real one is armored. He had actual health. That's what I thought. Okay. So the 35 boss, the Strahd, is hit based. The mirror images, the 3 mirror images that come out are hit based, but then he himself is armored. And he's the one that will heal himself if he hits you. So he's the problem. He's the problem. But yeah, so I mean, you can only do trials once every 6 days, basically. So it's time. It's gated by time. So you want to get it started rolling as soon as possible, and you have to climb up tiers, and you got to beat a tier to go to the next tier. So it takes at best 10 weeks to get to the top tier, to get the scales like rolling consistently. As you go up, you get more scales as rewards. So you want to start that process, real fast, like as soon as you can. Like we are gonna jet there. We are. I'm gonna skip stuff, I think, because this account is wild. But yeah. But yeah, the first tiers are super easy. In fact, we usually tell people to do the first one solo, but after that, do all the others as a group. But that's the trials, like the scales, the legendary effects that you get from the scales are what can just easily propel you above Area 1000. Like as you start stacking that up on your pushing group. Yeah. Well, you're not going to have a decent Charles Axel early on, so that doesn't even matter. But for tier 10, even as quickly as you can get to tier 10, you still might not have a decent Charles Axel. It's just because you can get there so fast nowadays. But yeah, you have to learn to deal with restrictions and to build formations around restrictions, and yeah. I've got a guide for that. Well, just for trials in general and the Forge in general, but that's all. None of it's going to matter. At some point next year. Okay, here we go. Here we go. This is it. Here we go now. Here we go now. Like the first one I think I would want to hit is this one, but maybe this one? No, this one. All right. So we can easily chew through these. These don't heal. This is the problem, child. And we're just going to go ahead and pin him to the back wall. That was Hank's ult. And that was all it took. Okay. So Hank's standard plus his ult was enough to just lock him against the wall and beat him with a lead pipe. Yeah, the thing is you're, as long as you're investing your scales into your pushing team as you're going through the tiers, you grow that power on its own. Like that's the whole point. So you don't have to worry about like, well, I can't do that now. Well, it's feeding you the power to do it. Absolutely feeding you the power to do that. All right, we did it. I need 40 champs unlocked. Okay, we're getting there. All right, so we've prepped Strahd. I didn't do any. We've done some over here now. Hold on, I gotta go see like what do we even do for Mert? 9,800 influence? What are we gonna need? Shop. We need 25,000. And Sword Coast isn't gonna give us anything. Oh no, wait. That's 275 would give us 15,000. These are 9,800, just like the others. Okay. Just like the first ones in 2. Yeah, all of those are. Yeah. Oh, 15,000. Okay. So we only have to do 2. We have to do the Haunted Jungle and an Overdue Rendezvous. So now we've got it down to 2. We want to do them in as few as possible, right? And that'll end up getting us like 6,600 ruby coins, which is 2 weeks of time gate pieces just off of that before any challenge stuff comes in. We'll do those tomorrow. We'll start with those tomorrow. And then we hop back on the Blueshie train, which we are already all the way over here. We need to do the 3rd node. We need to get to the 4th node to attempt Blueshie. Because we really do need 1 evergreen. Because we're missing 3 champions. I need an evergreen, then a flex champ, and a time gate to hit split the party 2. And 2 champions into that, we will have unlocked Strahd. So we're going to try to do as much of that tomorrow as possible. Day 13. Friday, day 13. Well, that wound up well. Day 13, we may have unlocked Blueshie, unlocked Mert, Vajra, and Strahd, and done Split the Party 2? Maybe? Can we get all that in tomorrow? I don't know. I don't know, but that's on the, like, we're right up on that. And then after this whole mess, I'm not even doing a Zok or a Dragonbait. I'm just going straight to Avernus. I'm just going straight to Avernus. Straight to hell. If I get up early, we'll start early. If I get up and get things done and can sit down in front of the computer early, we'll start early. So scales upgrades for the push team and not the speed team. Correct. Because the power you get from legendary effects aren't speed effects. It's just damage. So it goes on your pushing team. And every time you level something up, the power doubles in legendaries. That's why leveling it, not just getting level 1s, but then leveling them up, which requires lots of deep favor runs. But yeah, you don't worry about putting legendaries on speed teams unless like a member of your speed team is in your pushing team, like maybe Briv, right? Yeah, that's wild for a new account. It is, Black Widow. This is ridiculous. Yeah, and Avernus is the place with the mini patron grind that I always tell people to do. And then suddenly we'll have, if we can complete that, we'll have tier 5 perks for all the patrons we have unlocked. And doing Avernus is also the qualifier for Zariel. So this account is on highway to hell. Yeah, yeah, we are on a highway to hell. But you always are when you start this game. You're on, you just don't know it. You're on a highway to hell. That's gonna be it, folks. I'm off to dinner. So tomorrow, we may, I don't know. I will see if I can get things managed. We will start the stream early because there's a lot of things we might potentially be doing. But that's a maybe. But that's a maybe. So we'll start with the 2 Mert variants, and then we bounce to chase Blushi down. And then we flex we can get Blushi. We flex a champion. We just unlock them. Then we do like 2 Strahd variants, or however many Strahd variants we need to do to get Strahd active. Then we time gate a champion, because that will then, and then we do split the party too. That's what we're trying to do tomorrow. Wild. Anyway. I'm going to go into a vegetative state on the couch now. Have a good night, everybody. I'll see you tomorrow.